Good morning, honorable members and colleagues. It's 6 minutes after
Recording
8.
in progress.
Delay to the start of the meeting. This is our first virtual meeting of the 2024, of the year 2024. And I don't know who we haven't seen yet. I think DG, we have not interacted with you yet as a portfolio committee. So greetings to yourself, greetings to all the DDGs, greetings to all honorable members. Most members we saw during the oversight. We were with Honorable Litsie, Honorable Yabo, Honorable Mananiso, Honorable Sibia, Honorable King, Honorable Chachao. I hope I'm not leaving anyone out. And we did receive an apology from Honorable Pillay, from Honorable Boshoff, Honorable Shikwambana, Honorable Zondo as well. We received his apology during the oversight visit in the Eastern Cape. It was a marathon, as usual, in our sector, and I really want to appreciate the commitment from all members in ensuring that our device is... Can we all make sure that we switch off our videos when we're not speaking? Sangita, Kaylan, your camera is on. If you can switch it off, please. So we have... I was saying my network is unstable, so when you can't hear me, please do indicate, because it's saying that it's unstable. We are back at Acacia Park. I think we all know the challenges with network at Acacia Park. So thank you very much as well to the colleagues from the department who did join us during the oversight visits. From NSFAS as well, we had colleagues during the oversight visit. So welcome back to all members. I hope we did try and rest in December. I know most of us have started the year running, literally, with all our various party commitments and responsibilities. We do have a couple of months left. Of course, we will know exactly when our term ends, once the announcement of elections has been made. The program for the term has been sent to all of us. We should all have it, including the department and its various entities should already have the program for the term. Key to this term, colleagues, will be to wrap up, key matters relating to our sector. Of course, the most important one for all of us at this point in time is ensuring a better start to the academic year 2024. This is something the committee has really emphasized in the sixth administration, in really wanting us to have a better start to the academic year. I think there was a year, in fact, where I don't know how many meetings we had the year before and at the beginning of the actual year, and really trying to stabilize the sector, particularly when we had the incidents of people who lost their lives, during student protests. And we said, we can't as a sector normalize the instability at the beginning of each academic year. And we've really tried our best to rope in the key stakeholders, NSFAS, the department, the vice chancellors, the principals, the students, both from TVETs and universities, and say, guys, what do we all do collectively to ensure that we can have greater stability to the academic? I said the mandate of the PSET system is met, right? So that's really going to be the focus of the start of our term, looking into quarterly reports that we need to address. And then we'll also move into our legacy report, which we are trying to coordinate with the management committee to be something where, really the collective that we've worked with, all stakeholders, the sector, the two sectors, right, higher education and science and innovation, can really take the observations of the committee and the recommendations and move forth with them. Many of them will continue beyond our term, right? So many of our stakeholders will continue to serve beyond our 5 years. And so I don't think that the recommendations that we'll be putting in our legacy report must or the work that we are doing should end with us, right? They should also be custodians of the work that needs to continue beyond myself and Honorable King and Honorable Boshoff. So we will also be soon receiving a draft legacy report from our content advisors, which will all engage with, make our contributions as members on, key observations from our term and key recommendations going into the seventh administration. So when members receive the draft legacy reports for both sectors, I really hope that members will make meaningful contributions to the draft legacy report so that we do have something solid to hand over to the seventh administration. Colleagues, we've met today to look into the annual report of the National Student Financial Aid Scheme, the much awaited annual report of NSFAS. I think we had expressed as a committee last year our concern, great concern, the fact that this report had not been tabled to us. And also expressing that many of the issues that were reoccurring from one meeting to the other could in fact be addressed by looking at the overall performance of the entity. So we'll be, Honorable Mananiso?
No, I wanted to say to you, perhaps you need to switch off your video.
Indicate that my network is bad?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Honorable Mananiso. So we'll be looking into the performance of NSFAS from the financial year 2021-2022, and then we will also get a briefing report on an update regarding funding of students at universities and TVET colleges for the academic year 2024 and related matters. I mean, some of the related matters colleagues would have experienced while we were doing oversight, right, Honorable Litsi? I mean, the issue of the pilot, we literally had a protest by students pilot project relating to accommodation. So those are some of the issues that we want NSFAS to address today. This morning I received a petition from the students there. I mean, I think Honorable Yabo, you remember the young lady, Untombi, received a petition from her. So the issues are clearly ongoing and unresolved, and we need an update from colleagues in regard to that. Also, colleagues, because when we say NSFAS is coming to the institution, when we recommend that NSFAS will be going to the institution, when we bring NSFAS with us on oversight, we really expect that in those cases they are addressed. What is the use of NSFAS going to the institution if they're going to walk away and the issues still persist? And so we understand, and what we also want an update on is from management and from governance. What happens when these matters are brought back to head office? What becomes the resolution in how these matters must be addressed? Because we know that some of them can't be addressed on site when colleagues are there, but we assume that when they are then escalated to national, something will be done. It's really disheartening to leave an institution and say, here is NSFAS, express your issues to NSFAS, your concerns to NSFAS, hoping that by NSFAS being there, the troubleshooting will be expedited. Yet we get feedback that no, things have not, things are the same. So can we get that update, including that, just all those related matters on residents, on accreditation of residences, of responses to students who have applied? There are many students who are saying we don't have our outcomes. What has been the agreement with universities in relation to and colleges in relation to students who do have a placement at an institution but don't have funding? Some institutions have been able to allow the students to register because the students say to them, well, I've applied for NSFAS, I'm awaiting my NSFAS outcome, but some don't give them the same liberty. So so we need an update in relation to that. And then, of course, on governance and management, we know that we have an acting chair of the board, Prof. Van Staden. So what's happening in terms of that? The investigations on Mr. Kosa, so we'd also like an update in terms of the governance and management at NSFAS. So that's basically how today's program looks like. I'm going to hand over to the DG for his remarks first. DG, you have 10 minutes for your remarks, and then we'll hand over to the AG, and then we'll go to NSFAS. So I'm going to hand over to you, DG. It's now 8:47. At 8:57, we do expect you to have concluded your opening remarks. So before I go to you, DG, can I just check from Anele if there are any apologies in today's meeting?
Good morning, Chair. Good morning to the honorable members. Chairperson, we received an apology from the minister who's unable to join the meeting due to a cabinet committee meeting. However, Chair, the deputy minister is present in the meeting. Thank you so much.
Oh, apologies for that, DM. I was not aware. I had not checked my participants log. I would like to afford the deputy minister an opportunity to make his remarks before handing over to the DG. Is it me? Why can't I see the DM's device? I can't see the DM's device. DG? No, I don't think that the DM's with us, Anele. I can't see the the DM's device on the platform. Mr. Mampejo, can you confirm if the the DM is with us or not?
Yeah, morning, Chair. Unfortunately, DM is not able to join this meeting. We have submitted our apology to Anele, and he has acknowledged that apology. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Anele, I don't know if you did not receive that apology, but I was not aware that the DM will be in the meeting.
Thank you, Chair. We received, sorry, Chair. We got the apology, but when I opened the platform, the deputy minister logged in, and I'm not sure maybe he left the platform. Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay. Maybe that's where the confusion came from. All right. No, that's fine. Those apologies are noted. Can I then hand over to the DG, Dr. Sishi?
A very good morning to you, Chair. In that regard, allow me to appreciate your opening remarks. And as a department, we fully concur with the statements that you've made. And we would like to congratulate the portfolio committee for the leadership in ensuring that you support and as you provide oversight over the opening of the new academic year, something that you've consistently done over the years. And as a department, we've come to appreciate this work that you do that significantly complement the work that we do, but at the same time hold us accountable for what we are responsible for. On behalf of the department, we truly and sincerely wish to express our appreciation for your leadership. Chairperson, allow me, and on behalf of the minister and our deputy minister, I was happy that the deputy minister had logged in. I know that his heart is here, and yet he needs to be part of the SONA debates currently taking place together with the minister, who's really would have loved to be here today. Allow me, as you have directed, Chairperson, and very briefly, to make a few remarks, which I believe will set the tone to some extent, for the meeting. Firstly, the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa provides, in Section 29 of the Constitution, particularly, sections 1 and 2, and 1 and 2A, 1A, that everyone has a right to a basic education, including adult basic education. And the Section B indicates that in further education, the state, through reasonable measures, must make provisions or progressively make it available and accessible. I think it's important that I start in this way because every year the vision of the founding fathers of our country that basic education must be open and must be comprehensive and it must be compulsory has led to many young people in our country heeding the call and going out there to schools. The analysis of the matric results released by Basic Education early this year have indicated that there's better performance of many young people in the country from no-fee schools. And this particular year have seen the rural districts in their performance, averaging more than 80% in some cases. And the quality of the results emerging out of basic education begins to say that the inputs that have been made in the system since the last 12 years, particularly dealing with the issues of the foundations of learning, have actually begun to deliver the quality that we want to make. And so the pressure is on post-school education to make sure that we continue to open the doors of learning and culture for all these young people emerging with results that surpasses the conditions and the material conditions under which they live. We would like to take this opportunity at this meeting, Chairperson, to congratulate Basic Education for their contribution, but also to recognize the entire sector because both basic and higher education are a single system of education, and therefore our inputs into the system are beginning to show. But it is now time that we show as a state how we have progressively made post-school education accessible. Secondly, Chair, I also wish to indicate that NSFAS has a very important function that is accommodated in Section 4 of NSFAS Act to allocate funds and loans and bursaries for eligible students, develop a criteria and conditions for granting these loans and bursaries, and raise funds in terms of Section 14 through donations and contributions and monies and recover loans, maintaining and analyzing a database and undertaking research for a better utilization of the resources that are there. They also have a duty to advise the minister on financial aid and perform other functions that the minister would have assigned to them. I think it's important that we keep reminding ourselves of this important contribution. May I indicate that NSFAS since 2019, the last 3 years, have disbursed more than 35 billion in the grants, and this has covered more than 1.1 million applicants that have been funded in the last 3 years, and the disbursements alone to universities amounts to 87 billion that has covered 1.8 million young people. And so the total disbursed for the period exceed 122 billion for 2.9 million applicants. That's a significant number of learners that have benefited. We will argue that in the family of one beneficiary of NSFAS, there would be more than 6 other beneficiaries indirectly in the families they come from. And therefore, if almost 3 million have benefited in the last 3 years, it begins to indicate the significant input that NSFAS has made. However, notwithstanding that consideration, administrative errors at NSFAS have significantly undermined the good work that they have done. And the reported governance issues that have bedeviled this important entity since 1999, going from 1999, you could just look into the interventions by the minister to try and make sure that NSFAS works. That included at some point appointing some of the best South Africans to head NSFAS as either in the roles as chairs of board and so forth. At some point, we had a top banker heading NSFAS. And interestingly, today, we have a top academic and scholar heading NSFAS. And, at some point, I was thinking, which one is better, a banker or an academic to lead NSFAS? And I come to a conclusion that both of them are needed. And I think going forward, it's something we need to think of very carefully, because we seem not to be finding a solution to improve governance at NSFAS, and we take responsibility for this. So these concerns around operational effectiveness are upfront being acknowledged, Chairperson, as we present to you today. NSFAS has been experiencing problems with its systems, and students have been impacted severely in this regard. And at the center of recent student dissatisfaction is the centralization of direct payment system. And this is acknowledged as well, Chairperson. As you know, in the light of the challenges with direct payments, the minister had to strengthen the board with 2 new appointments. One, Professor van Staden, whom I'm happy to introduce to you, our portfolio committee today. And Professor van Staden has studied at numerous universities and has examined over 30 master's and doctoral degree candidates locally and abroad. He has published over 40 peer-reviewed articles and technical reports, and has presented over 30 papers nationally and abroad. He has been working as an administrator in a number of institutions and has left reports that have assisted us to turn around some of the institutions of which he had been appointed as administrator. It's important for me to introduce him today because he's going to be leading the NSFAS presentation. And I also need to indicate that in the light of the allegations against the CEO, the board investigated this matter through a Werkmans initiative, and that report led to the dismissal of the CEO in October 2023, and therefore an acting incumbent, currently the substantively appointed CFO of NSFAS, is currently acting as an acting CEO. And the former CEO took NSFAS to Labour Court, and the court has dismissed his application. And it's important that I indicate that we will further strengthen NSFAS by appointing the new Chief Operations Officer, Mr. Makubela, who has hit the ground running, appointed in December 2023. And currently, NSFAS is busy dealing with the legalities around the implementation of the rest of the Werkmans report, and we look forward to the report by Professor van Staden in this regard. Chairperson, it's important to indicate that following the release of the recordings by Outer, Mr. Kosa, the NSFAS chairman, took leave of absence on the 10th of January this year. And since then, our Professor van Staden had been then appointed, who assumed duty on the 12th of January. And this is my conclusion, Chairperson, of my remarks. The board has already started a meeting to address the matters around options for direct payments. And right now, as we speak, more than 980,000 young people have been funded in this particular financial year. Yesterday, I spent time with student organizations and youth organizations, and they say to me, you know, this number you are giving us of 980,000 that have been funded sounds very good, but we don't feel it because the feedback to these very same students that are funded through the SMS system does not consider the fact that many of the students do not have access to bandwidth, and therefore they sit not knowing that they are funded. And these are some of the operational issues which Professor van Staden and the team assist with, and we trust that in the reports they are going to present today, it will show that notwithstanding the problems, no matter what the difficulties are, no matter how improbably it might seem, we are determined to turn NSFAS around. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, DG, for those remarks. I'd like to now hand over to the Office of the AG to lead us into their analysis of NSFAS. Sorry, I'm just trying to see who's leading the delegation this morning. I think we're aware that Sis was not around. So can I just check who's leading the delegation? Was it Kaylin?
It's going to be me, Sangita Callan.
Okay. All right, Sangita, that's fine. Over to you, and welcome to you and your team. And we look forward to the contributions that you'll be making to our meeting this morning.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the invitation to the session today. Good morning to everyone. I am Sangita Callan. I'm the business unit leader in the Western Cape, and that heads the team that does the audit of NSFAS. Together with me today, I've got my deputy business unit leader, which is Thomas Mamokwe. I've got the senior manager on the project, Ignatius Fourie, who would also be doing majority of the presentation from our side. And we've got our stakeholder liaison and our cooperation team as well that's going to be here. So they would also then be supporting us to flight even the briefing document. Today, we are here today to present the audit outcome of the NSFAS for the financial year ended 31 March 2022. So in the document, you will see that majority of the references are to the 2021-2022 financial year. We're going to take the document as read, Chair, but we're going to elevate some of the salient aspects of the document. From our side, I think the important message that we want to give today is a holistic view around the audit outcomes around the three focus areas that we've audited for NSFAS. Before I hand over to Ignatius to do this presentation, I wanted to just elevate the strategy of the organization as the Auditor General of South Africa, where we are committing ourselves to making a more direct, consistent, and meaningful impact on improving the lived reality of the ordinary citizen. And our intention is to be able to move our auditees along the continuum to be able to do good in the environment. Chair, I just wanted to check with my team. Tasneem Kabelo, are you going to share the document while we present, please? Okay, while I'll wait, I'm going to continue. So I am on 1.4 on our briefing document. So in terms of our mission for shifting public sector culture, we really want to do this through insight, influence, and our enforcement tool, so that we can then at least make sure that the auditees are setting a culture of doing good in terms of the mandate in the environments that they function. We, as the audit office, we won't be able to do this by ourselves. So we've acknowledged key role players in the accountability ecosystem, who are those network of stakeholders, including yourselves as the portfolio committee, who have a mandated either legislative or moral responsibility to be able to contribute to the proper functioning of the entities and the organizations. For us to be able to shift the public sector culture, we want to characterize good behavior through performance, accountability, transparency, and integrity. So with this, with utilizing our audit tool, our intention is that we be able to then give adequate insights to be able to shift the public sector culture. Chair, with that, I want to then hand over to Ignatius, who is then going to be doing the greater part of the presentation today. Thanks, Chair. Ignatius.
Good morning, Chair, honourable members. I see the briefing document is not shared on the screen so long, but maybe I'll share it from my side if the team's not able to do it. But before I start with that, Chair, I'm just going to reiterate in terms of what Sangeeta has said, is that I'm not going to go through the whole briefing document. I'm going to take it as read, and I'm going to focus on the audit outcomes, the material irregularities, and the recommendations that we've made. So, Chair, I'm going to share my screen, and if you can maybe just indicate if you can see my screen.
Yes, we can.
Okay. Is that better, Chair?
Perfect.
Okay, so I'm going to start on page 8, and I'm just going to turn off my video, Chair, to help with the bandwidth. But I'm going to start on page 8, which is a reflection of the audit outcomes of NSFAS for the last 5 years. So you can see that there's been challenges over the year in terms of the audit outcomes on all 3 areas that we look at. In terms of the financial statements, there's been qualified for 3 years, only unqualified for 1 year, and then the latest year is an adverse opinion. And then you'll see for compliance and performance report, it's been unchanged over the 5 years with material findings. So I think before I go into the detail of the adverse opinion and what led to the adverse, I maybe need to give a little bit of context, and the context is set out in the pages of the page 8, but I'm going to stay on this page while I talk to that, Chair, just to give context to maybe 2020-21. So in 2019-20, we identified that there is big differences between what was being reported by the institutions and as owing to NSFAS and what was being reported by NSFAS in terms of the similar balances. There wasn't, those balances weren't included in the NSFAS records. Sorry for that. So we qualified the financial statements for 2019-20 based on those differences. Excuse me, Chair. Based on those differences that we had between the institution records and the NSFAS records. And the main reason for those differences is that since 2017, no reconciliations were done between the records of the institutions and the students and those of NSFAS. So As a result of that finding in 2019-20, not only were the financial statements qualified, we also raised then a material irregularity. And you'll see when I get to the section on the material irregularity, we raised 3 material irregularities in 2019-20. But those stem from those issues around the reconciliations not being performed. So in terms of addressing those matters, NSFAS then started a process of reconciling between the institution's student data and their own data to determine any over or underpayments that was made to students. There's various reasons why over and underpayments can happen, because they do the payments on the original registration data, and if there's changes like students changing their course, changing subjects, there could be an impact on that, and then that results in over and underpayments. But it's a very complex and very detailed reconciliation that had to be performed for a number of years, seeing that it was last done, and it's being done per year, per institution, per student, and so you can just think of the extent of that reconciliation. So as an interim measure, because we realized that the reconciliation will not be completed for the 2020-21 financial statements, we allowed for the balances to be accounted on declarations by the institutions. These weren't necessarily supported by all the student data and information. It was declarations where the institutions declared what they owed to NSFAS. And they recorded it on that, and we audited it according to that. But that was an interim measure that we allowed for 2021. With the understanding that the reconciliations will be completed for the 21-22 financial year. And the results of those reconciliations will then be incorporated into the financial statements for 21-22, and we will then report accordingly in terms of that. So, Chair, in terms of the financial statements that we then received for 21-22 on 31 May 2022, the results of that reconciliation, and we refer to the reconciliations as the closeout project or the COP. So the results of the COP was not included in that financial statements for 21-22. They still prepared the financial statements based on declarations from institutions, but as the closeout project was very close to completion, there was differences between what resulted from the reconciliation and what was declared by institutions. So we couldn't rely on that, and we then allowed NSFAS an opportunity to include the closeout project results in the financial statements for 21-22, and they then submitted adjusted financial statements on 29 July 2022, which then incorporated the results of the closeout project. Okay, we audited this, but we had major findings in terms of the reconciliation. There was a lot of data that wasn't supported, that we couldn't audit. There were errors in the calculations. So we raised a number of findings on the closeout project. And then in terms of our audit methodology that we do in terms of the international standards on auditing, and this being the first time that we audited the closeout project results, we allowed NSFAS one opportunity to correct those errors and mistakes in the closeout project and to submit adjusted Fs for those corrections in terms of the audit findings that we had. The adjusted financial statements were then submitted to our office on the 31st of March 2023. We then audited these revised results and the revised closeout process, and we still had material findings, and we then issued our audit report for 21-22 only on the 31st of July 2023. 1 year later than legislatively required. And that outcome, because of the findings that still then remained on the closeout project, we had an adverse opinion on the financial statements. Now, what an adverse opinion is meant, you can look at page 7 if you want to see the different opinions that's given by the Auditor General. But the adverse means that there were a number of material misstatements in the financial statements, and the figures in the financial statements is therefore not reliable. They are not fairly stated. And that's the conclusion that we reached in terms of the financial statements. After we submitted the audit report on the 31st of July, you will note, Chair, that there was a further delay in the tabling of the annual report. There was also some challenges that the institution faced in terms of finalizing the annual report, and you will see that the annual report was then finally only tabled in December 2023. And that's where we are now in terms of then presenting on the table annual report. So, Chair, that is just some background in terms of the outcome. I'm going to move to page 10 then, where I will start reflecting on the audit outcomes per area. So maybe before I touched on each of the areas, you will see that we do reflect for you on page 10, just on the overall root cause, or the overarching root cause that we believe results in some of these challenges, some of these errors, and some of the mistakes. And that is really around the organizational capacity, as well as systems that are not adequate to manage and maintain the growth that NSFAS has experienced, and to support NSFAS in terms of their mandate and the functions that they need to perform. So that is really the main two aspects, is the capacity and the systems that's not adequate. And you'll see that come through later on as we deal with each aspect as well. You will see that those capacity and system matters do come through in terms of the root causes. So, Chair, in terms of the audit of the financial statements, I've already explained that the audit outcome is adverse, and what the adverse mean. In the document, just to make it easier, we've classified the misstatements in the Fs between those misstatements impacted by the COP, those misstatements as a result of not complying to generally recognized accounting practice, and then just those resulting from presentation errors in the financial statement. I think the important one from this is the misstatement of the closeout process, and that is really what results in the adverse opinion. So you'll see that in terms of the table on page 11, you'll see there's a little star there with a consequential impact on the financial statements. So even though we audit the COP to see if the amounts owing by institutions or amount due to institutions are accurate and complete, therefore reliable, those do impact on all those other financial statement items that is listed there in that little block. And Chair, you will see that it's quite a number of financial statement items that are impacted and that we then conclude are they not reliable. And that's why we sit with an adverse opinion on the financial statements, because the impact of the closeout project is so significant to what is being reported in the financial statements. If we look at some of the detail in terms of the closeout project and what is wrong in terms of the closeout project as it was prepared for 21-22, Chair, the closeout project is to reconcile between, on an institutional level, between what is owed by institutions to NSFAS or what is owed by NSFAS to institutions. Now, we found that in some instances, that reconciliation concluded or included transactions that's directly between the NSFAS and the student and shouldn't be part of a reconciliation with institutions. There were manual disbursements that weren't included in the closeout project. There were reliability issues as to the data that's being used by NSFAS in preparing the closeout project. And then the other aspect, the big aspect as well, was that the reconciliation uses the cost of study that are being provided by institutions. And NSFAS then reconcile their data to the information from the institutions on the cost of study. And we also found issues and errors in the information that are being provided by the institution to NSFAS. So when we try to, for example, try to reconcile the cost of study as provided by the institutions to the student account statement, there were differences and we couldn't reconcile in all instances. There were various reasons for that. The institution could have included in the cost of study costs that were recovered from external bursary parties. So they should have reduced the cost of study that NSFAS needs to be paying. So then it ends up that NSFAS and the external party fund the same student. There are costs on the student account statement that they include in the cost of study. That's not necessarily something to be funded by NSFAS. And then, yeah, there's differences between the allowances and things that they include. So there were various issues on the accuracy of the institutional data as well. And then the second issue with the institutional data is that not all of them respond to our requests for student account statements so that we can do the testing. So there were also limitations imposed in terms of the cost of study and auditing the cost of study of the institutions. Those are really the main issues that resulted in the closeout project then not being reliable in terms of the information that's included in the financial statements. Now, Chair, you will also then see in the next block, there's a number of incorrect applications of generally accounting standards. I'm not going to talk to all of them. It is there in the document, but it included things like where they have agent principal agreements, they still account for the revenue and expenditure in their records, while it should not be accounted in their records. There were issues around the recognition of the deferred income and some other issues as well. And then the last one on page 12 is just in terms of the presentation issues in the financial statements. Again, these are like casting errors, notes that do not agree with the income statement or balance sheet, errors within the notes. So there were various presentation issues in the financial statements as well. If we then reflect on the causes in terms of this, you will see that we've categorized them basically into three categories. The system adequacy that I've mentioned already, the capacity and skills, and then the remedy of deficiencies that's been previously reported. So if we look at the system in adequacies, then you will find, Chair, that in terms of the processes by NSFAS, they are still highly reliant on manual systems and processes, which are prone to errors. The information system environment does not support the entity's needs and requirements. And then there's also, for them to report the financial statements, there's various material adjustments that they need to make to the trial balance at year end. And all of this just increase the likelihood of errors within the financial statements. Then we also believe that there's capacity constraints within both finance and ICT. which is important in terms of the operations of NSFAS and to accurately report in the financial statements. And you'll see they then also use consultants to assist them, and they don't have the capacity to monitor the consultants in terms of the work that is being done by consultants. And then just lastly, the action plans that they do have, those were not adequate and were also not adequately monitored. So that's the reflection on the financial statements. If we look at the audit of the annual performance report, then Chair, in terms of the annual performance report in our management report, we had a disclaimer of opinion on the annual performance report. That means that we were not able to conclude on the accuracy of the information in the annual performance report. And the main reason for that is that there's insufficient measurement definitions and processes to collate and to report performance information. As a result of that, we are then unable to do reliability testing and to see if the figures that are being included are reliable. And the main reason for this and for the issues on the annual performance report is that there are no standard operating procedures for the collation and reporting of performance information. Then if we reflect on the audit compliance, Chair, I think a lot of this stems from the issues in terms of the financial statements and the annual performance report, and are linked to the findings and the issues raised under those sections as well. So if you look at the ineffective and inappropriate steps taken to prevent irregular expenditure, the ineffective strategic planning and performance management, I talked about the disclaimer on the AOPO, the financial statements submitted included material misstatements, I've reflected on that. And then ineffective and inappropriate steps taken to collect all revenue due. That's all linked to the issues around the financial statements and the annual performance report. So you'll see then in terms of just the reflection on the root causes, it's then similar that we have for the other areas. But the reflection on the audit outcomes as far as the audit report is concerned. Then if we look at material irregularities, I think I alluded to the fact that in 2019-20, we raised 3 material irregularities. And the detail is summarized in terms of those material irregularities on page 15. I'm not going to go through the detail again, but I think maybe just to highlight that picture that is there on page 15. So you will see when we issue a material irregularity, the accounting authority then needs to respond to the material irregularity. We will then assess the response and the actions taken by the accounting authority to address the material irregularity. If we find that the accounting authority is not appropriately addressing the material irregularity, there's certain actions that we can do. We can refer the matter for investigation, or we can include recommendations in the audit report. We can issue binding remedial action, and then lastly and ultimately we can issue a certificate of debt. Now in terms of these material irregularities that was raised in 2019-20, the accounting authority had a plan of how to address this. When we first assessed it, we concluded that the actions and the steps to conclude on the material irregularity is appropriate, but after a long period has elapsed and progress was not satisfactory, we then concluded in 2022 that appropriate actions are not being taken, and we then included recommendations in the audit report in terms of the Auditor General powers, as I've indicated in that pictorial summary. We then decided to include recommendations in the audit report for 21-22. So the audit report for 21-22 then include the recommendations. And you'll see that in terms of the recommendations that we made in terms of the material irregularities, we gave the institution till August 2023 to implement the recommendations that was included in the audit report. Now, Chair, just before that deadline of 4 August 2023, NSFAS did wrote to us, and they did indicate that they are not in a position to finalize the implementation of all the recommendations, and they've asked for extension. In terms of our governance processes and discretion, we assess this, and we believe that extension would be appropriate as progress are being made by NSFAS, but they needed more time. We've seen that recoveries are happening in terms of these balances, so we then agreed to an extension of time till the 30th of June 2024. As part of that, NSFAS needed to give us progress reports on the 31st of January and then again at the end of April, so that we can just assess the progress made in terms of implementation of the recommendations. We did receive the progress report for 31 January 2024. Chair, I'm not going to deal with the recommendations on page 16. You can read through it, but it's really to re-quantify the losses and to recover the losses and to improve the controls to prevent future losses. That in essence is what the recommendation is about. Then I come to the last part of the presentation that I will talk to, and that is just our recommendations to improve the audit outcome. And you'll see that we've made a number of short-term, medium-term and long-term recommendations, and we've also made recommendations to all the different role players within the accountability ecosystem. So if you look at the recommendations to management in the short term, that was really to address those things within their control, and to then prepare financial statements for 22-23 based on the correction of those issues. If we look at the medium term that we made to the board, that really speaks to addressing those overarching root causes in terms of the capacity, in terms of the systems, and then also in terms of just the development and implementation of standard operating procedures, as there is a lack of that within NSFAS. Then we also made some recommendations to the minister over the long term to consider. I think I skipped a part in this document where we reflected on the journey of NSFAS since 2017, all the changes that's happened in terms of how they operate, governance changes, and other changes in terms of just how they function. But I skipped it because I think in the presentation by the DG, he talked to those changes and some of the impacts of those changes over the years on NSFAS. So one of the recommendations that we made was also just to look at and to assess the Act and the regulations to make sure that it's still aligned to all of these adjusted mandates, operations and responsibilities that are changed annually in terms of how NSFAS operates and what NSFAS needs to do. And then also, I think I've alluded to it, that a big challenge in terms of the closeout project is the accuracy of the data, as well as the cooperation of institutions in that process. So also just in terms of his oversight role to facilitate cooperation and coordination within the sector. So then linked to those recommendations, we've got similar recommendations to the Portfolio Committee on page 17, 18, and that is to support any process in terms of any adjustments that might be required to the Act or the regulations, and also to support the entity in the coordination within the sector, so that there's better cooperation in terms of the information that is being used in the reconciliations by NSFAS. So, Chair, that is the presentation. I'm going to stop sharing now, and I'll then hand back to yourself.
Thank you very much, colleagues. Can I check if Kaylin has anything else to add?
No, I'm good. Thank you very much, Chair. That's our briefing document and the salient features that was elevated by Ignatius. Ultimately, the emphasis on the adverse opinion and the credibility of the information that was not found in terms of the financial statements, together with the predetermined objectives. So I think from our side, Chair, thank you very much. That's our presentation.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much, colleagues. We always appreciate reflections made by the AG. I'd like to note members who would like to engage on the AG's presentation, if there's any questions, clarities. I'd like to start noting hands. I think for me, what's really interesting to see come up from the observations of the AG is this there's a comment around the adequacy of the action plans. I think Anele and Mampako can assist me, but I believe there was a time when we ourselves as a committee questioned the action plans of NSFAS and even said they must go and revise them and have something more concrete, so that we can take it forth, because we were excited that NSFAS was now reporting a better audit outcome after it was placed under administration. I mean, when it moved from a qualified audit outcome in 2019, 2020 to an unqualified audit outcome in 2020, 2021, it was a sign of confidence and of progress. And so to find ourselves with an adverse audit outcome is extremely concerning. And so particularly after we have ourselves as a committee invested our time to reinforcing the audit action plan that was presented to us, and even saying that, and Anele and Mampako, again, I want to go back, you can remind me, but I do believe it was presented to us and we said, it must be amended for it to be more impactful, if my memory serves me correct. And I think, again, the lack of appropriate monitoring of the action plan by governance structures, particularly for me, the board, right? Because in the absence of the minister, in the absence of the committee, in the absence of the AG, the board really must play its part in ensuring that these recommendations that come from the AG, recommendations that come from Parliament, are implemented. And then I just want clarity. Colleagues mentioned that there were statements. I want to understand if you're saying that were these financial, or rather were these tuition statements from students that you were requesting from institutions so that you could match the data between what institutions are charging or what the institution is billing the student vis-a-vis what NSFAS is paying. So can I just get clarity on whether you were struggling to get those statements from institutions themselves? Because if that is the case, really we're going to have a problem if institutions of higher learning are not going to assist us in making sure that that NSFAS is able to be rolled out effectively, right? Because they are the very same ones who then complain when NSFAS is delayed. They are the very same ones who at times don't accept and don't allow students to register. So we really are going to need institutions to play their part. But I just want clarity if I heard you correctly, because that is also something we need to raise again with what is it called? USAF. Yeah, with USAF. And I think I also heard, if you can clarify again, if I heard correctly, that there are errors in the data that is given to NSFAS by institutions. One thing I know that is common, and can you just verify this, is that sometimes the bill of the student may include, for example, clubs and societies, and I don't know what else, but the other levies. And yeah, so have you found that to be, part of what changes the data you receive from the university vis-a-vis what NSFAS is saying they should be paying the student, right? Can we just have a clarity on that? And I think later when we discuss with NSFAS, I'd like clarity on how we deal with these additional levies that come from students. I think back in my days, clubs and societies were not supposed to be covered by NSFAS. And I mean, students over the years have argued why that is unfair, because, it means that it's another way of excluding young people from participating in various activities on campus and so forth. But just if NSFAS can clarify for me where that is at this point in time. And of course, I think I don't need to reiterate how concerned we've been as a committee on the fact that this report has come so late. And at some point, we even wanted to raise the matter with the speaker. And one is also very concerned with what seems to be an expression that NSFAS doesn't have adequate administration budget to match that of which it is meant to administer. And I think that is really something that we must note, the growing, what I've been calling in the last 2 weeks, growing pains, right? Where because of this influx of young people who are coming in from basic education, you now need to expand access to education and funding for it. And so you increase budget, you say there's free education for young people who come from households with an income bracket of 350,000 Rand and below. Then you need capacity to administer that. But then you also need to tighten the nuts and bolts in terms of ensuring that there isn't maladministration, because you have this massive budget that you are now administering, right? And so it's without a doubt that the pressures of trying to ensure access to education, ensuring that young people in this country are skilled so that they can participate in the economy, has come with a ripple effect of other consequences that have come with it in terms of, the pressures of having to have an institution of this magnitude having to roll out grants within such a short space of time to so many young people, right? And I really want to appreciate that recognition by the AG in this report. Yeah. And then if the AG could just assist me in understanding it again, in a very, almost in one word, if we were to explain to an ordinary citizen what we could have done to avoid a regression and have kept with the upward trajectory of moving from an unqualified audit outcome going forth. But yeah, I think that's just my reflections. I don't think I have a few questions, but more than anything, just reflections from what has been presented. I think members will cover me in other areas. I'd like to note Honorable Boshoff, Honorable Chachao, Honorable Litsie, Honorable Yabo, Honorable Shikwambana, Honorable Sibia, Honorable Mananiso. Honorable Boshoff, it's good to have you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and I regret missing the oversight visit to the Eastern Cape. I believe we have a long agenda today, and one doesn't want to say everything to the AG that one should actually say to NSFAS itself. But what struck me when listening to this horror story is that we had the period of administration more or less when we came into office as members of this portfolio committee. And even in the period of administration, some areas of misstatement were uncovered, which the AG did not even see before that. And that reflected badly on the period of administration, as it was presented or perceived as errors made by the administration while it was actually uncovered during that period. But what troubles me most is that we have this recurring theme all over the 5 years, nearly 5 years, that we are dealing with NSFAS and engaging with NSFAS, and that is that the systems are inadequate. Now, I understood it very well in 2019 when the institution was tasked with this huge duty to transition from a loan scheme to a bursary scheme with from small numbers to huge numbers, and that was not easy at all, and that systems were not designed for the kind of numbers which had to be dealt with later on. But now 5 years have come and gone, and it's a problem that we actually have exactly the same kind of findings. And even though we had progress at a certain stage, we are regressing now. So it seems to me that we have an institutional problem with which seemed as if it improved during the days of the implementation. And, that's one of those things that was kind of momentum that after the good administration went well for a while because of systems implemented by them.
Can I check if it's my network or if it's Honorable Boshoff's network?
Honorable Boshoff network, it's not you.
Honorable Boshoff, your network is
Okay.
unstable. We're struggling to hear you. Okay, I think he's logged off and he'll come back. Honorable Chachal.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning to you. Good morning to all colleagues in. Chair, mine is just a comment. I think I'll have questions for NSFAS at a later stage. It's a comment on my disagreement with one of the utterances made by the AG as far as the funds available for administrative functions availability is concerned. I don't think the funds are not there. If a budget is organized in a way that ends up finding expenditure that is fruitless in other things, obviously then you'll find an administrative shortfall. The reason why I say this, for example, NSFAS is out here spending R1 million every month on office spaces they do not need. Office spaces that they do not need overlooking the harbor. That is money that could have been well put for the administrative function. The additional problem here is, even if the money was available to make sure that there is administrative, I don't know what else needs to be, the capacity as far as skilled and skills, morale, and competence is concerned would still be a problem within NSFAS. So I cannot hear, Chairperson, particularly because this audit outcome is very delayed. And even before and prior the years of these findings, this committee has multiple times given NSFAS advice on how to clean their house and get their things in order. And they've shown great incapacity to turn around things and get things in order. So the argument that we do not have enough money within NSFAS to fund the administrative function of NSFAS is one that is incorrect in my opinion. And for me, it's an enabler of the lack of competence within, or an excuse rather, of the lack of competence within NSFAS. That's just one comment that I wanted to make, that the problem is that there's no money for administration. The problem is, even if the money was there for the administration is the wrong administration to execute their mandate to begin with. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Khaga. I don't want to defend the AG, but I don't think the AG is saying that there's also no capacity challenge. I think they're saying both are a challenge. But angifuna ukushaywa yinduku for speaking on behalf of the AG, but I think both concerns are coming out quite strongly. Honorable Litsie.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just to check if I'm audible.
Yes, you are, Honorable Litsie.
Well, thank you very much, Chair. Good morning to yourself. Good morning to all honorable members, the DG, the DDGs present, the ministers' team, advisors, deputy ministers, advisors, the AG, and everybody else on the platform. Good morning to everybody. I think let's welcome the AG's report on NSFAS. One, we must note that this NSFAS report is exactly 15 months behind schedule. We're getting it 15 months later than we're supposed to get it. It's over a year. It's 2021, 2022. While ordinarily they should be now preparing to deal with the 2023, 2024 financial year NSFAS. They still owe us the 2022-2023 financial audit report. We welcome this report from AG with heavy hearts, because NSFAS have received an adverse audit opinion. Maybe let's put it into context this day. What does adverse mean? When the AG says you have received an adverse opinion, the AG says you have a qualified opinion, but in addition to a qualified opinion, you have so many material misstatements in your financial statements that the AG disagrees with almost.
Yeah, can I recommend that we close the
amount
video?
Disclosed. My bandwidth was going low.
Yes, we want to appreciate that you are dressed for work and you are adequately seated. You can close your camera now.
Yes, Chair. So what it means is that the AG disagrees with the disclosures in the financial statements and all of that. So that's what it means this day. What does it mean for NSFAS? Maybe it's something that we must deal with at a later stage. Just to assist my colleague, Honorable Khaga. Honorable Khaga, the NSFAS pays almost 2 million a month, not a million. I think they will be happy that you are saying it's a million. It's 2. And I want to agree that, and in fact, also agree with you, Chair, that the AG is saying there's a capacity problem, but also maybe the funds problem. That maybe the administrative funds, in agreeing with Honorable Khaga, that they are not utilized optimally at this institution. The AG says they've gotten people, they've gotten people to come do, what do you call them? They've gotten people to come do their job. Whereas they can't monitor the jobs that these consultants are doing themselves. So you ask yourself a simple question. What is at play here? Is it really a capacity problem? Or was just been taken for a ride? Is this a properly executed plan to weaken the institution so that we look at probably capacity instead of the real matters that is going on here? I'm going to make a proposal of what I want to propose to NSFAS, because I think AG has done what they were supposed to do. But the real problem here is not really the AG. I'm going to make a proposal at the end of the points that I'm going to make now in supporting the proposal that I want to make. If you look at, for an example, this annual report that NSFAS has submitted to us, Chair, and I know they've not presented, but I don't want us to waste Parliament's time dealing with things that are not going to assist us. Like I said, it might be that we're being distracted to look at something else, whereas there's a bigger problem here. We gave NSFAS about 45 billion in this financial year. They claim to have used 38.7 billion or around that. And if you look at how they claim to have used this money, it doesn't make sense. Okay. When you get money from Parliament, you must come and account for it. NSFAS got money, this 44.9 billion that they got, based on a business plan they submitted to us called an APP, Annual Performance Plan. They submitted an annual performance plan saying, this is what we need the money for. We need money here to cut Tebogo's hair. We need money here to fix the roof. We need money here to paint the house. When they're supposed to report on those things, and this is what the AG says, that on your performances, we can't see what you claimed money for is not there. And what you claimed you have achieved, you can't prove. So these people, they've claimed money for all these things that I've mentioned. They can't prove that they've cut Tebogo's hair. They can't prove that they put a roof under this RDP house. They can't prove that they painted this house. Instead, they claim to have cut grass. AG says, I arrived here and there's no grass that has been cut that I can see. So you can't show me even a picture that says, this grass I had cut. So what is at play here, Chairperson? It might be that we entertain even this annual report of these people, of NSFAS, and take them off the corner, the red corner where they are, by entertaining this report. So I'm going to point all of this grass cutting and painting that I'm making examples of in the annual report, and then make a suggestion. My suggestion, Chair, is that NSFAS takes back this report to go back, fix it, and bring a report. I know the AG has audited them. It's not that we're saying they will get a better audit opinion. I don't think they will. But there are certain things here that do not make sense, in my view. So I'm going to point them out now. In me advocating that we don't even entertain this thing, we probably give them 2 weeks, 3 weeks. The meeting can decide for them to go fix this thing, right? To go fix this report and bring it back so that we are able to account. They are able to say, for the 44.9 billion we gave you, we used 38.7 billion, and this is how we use it. If we don't do that, Chair, I think we'll be failing the people of this country that we have allowed NSFAS to come to Parliament and not present what we've given them the money for. One, on program 1, which is on their page 46 of their report, the target, they want to have a certificate called ISO 9001-2015. In their own same page there, they say it's not achieved. But if you look at that green thing there of achieved, they put a green thing there and they say achieved. The next column, they give a reason for deviation, that they've not done it. It's like this annual report was written by my daughter, somebody who does not deal with planning at an institution. That's not the only thing. Page 47, KPI 1.2, same story. What do they say there? Let me open it here so that I make reference to it. Page 47. Yeah, page 47. Percentage of approved funded position fields. That was the output indicator. Planned target 425 million. That doesn't make sense as a first point, Chair, because here we're dealing with percentage of funded, approved funded positions filled per annum in an institution. They decide to put the money, no problem, which is wrong. Actual achievement less, not achieved. But go to the reason for deviation, Chair. The economic downturn exacerbated by the impact of COVID-19 pandemic and high unemployment rate has also contributed to a high number of unpaid debit orders by NSFAS debtors. I'm not sure if that doesn't only make sense to me. Here you are talking about something that you are not covering here. So the person who was doing this report copied and pasted things, I don't know from where. I'm sure this one was probably from 2020, 2019, 2020, or 2020, 2021. I don't know. They just copied and pasted this thing that speaks about things that are not supposed to. It's not the only thing, Chair. You go to page 48. Outcome, fund the right student, correct amount at the right time. In fact, those three on student-centered model, that one, the bursaries funded, KPI 3.1, the one that speaks about percentage of all valid applications received in each academic cycle. If you had paid attention to page, I'll get you the page now. But they copied and pasted exactly the same thing that they are talking about in the student-centered model on KPI 3.1. What do they say? It's a new indicator. Planned target is 90%. They've achieved 91.3%. The person who's doing this thing says it's not achieved. They've put a red dot there and written not achieved. What does this mean, Chairperson? It means the person who was even doing this thing doesn't really know what they're doing here. So we will be entertaining an audit or an annual report that has been audited by AG correctly. That will not be accounting to us about what they should be accounting to us about. There's a point here where they say, no, this indicator is no longer relevant because we've changed. I think it's 3.6. Yeah, the 3.6 percentage of TVET funded. They don't achieve it. They said the target was set with the view that the NTD would have implemented its direct payment system, and this was not the case due to no, it's not this one. But they say in one of them here that they've changed the sorry, it's 3.3 on page 49, where they don't meet the target, and the reason for deviation. They say they've changed the process. The NTT has changed its processes. There was no longer a need for creation of a bursary account. When they've asked for money with an APP or a business account, a business proposal called an APP, that ask for money, including this thing, halfway through the year, they then change that target. How do they change a target whereas they've not brought it to us? Because even when you change your APP,
Recording stopped.
send it to Parliament and say, Parliament, this is what, am I still audible, Chair?
Yes, you are.
Oh, okay. I had the recording stop. So they must then, there's a process to change this thing called an APP, which was not done. There are many issues that I can state, Chairperson, on those issues, but I think in the interest of time, I would like to say to these people, even their APP must be taken back to be rectified so that they are able to account. If we don't do that, I'm afraid that we may entertain this thing, get them off the hook, and they are covering up a bigger problem here, that they may have used this money of these kids, these poor kids, on something else they were not supposed to do it on, or they've taken it and put it in their pockets and will not be able to account to the people of this country that you gave us this much money through Treasury, we voted for it in Parliament, we gave it to NSFAS or to the department, it went to NSFAS, and they can't account for it. And therefore, with those few words, Chairperson, I think I want to propose that even when we get to them, they must present other things, Werkmans Report, any other issues that they are supposed to deal with. But this one, let's not get them off the hook this easily. We must reject them presenting this report here. They must go fix it, and in 2 or 3 weeks, they must come back and present so that they are able to account properly for all the funds that they've used for this thing. And they must even say there, even on page 77, when they speak about the in-house forensics, they must tell us the time frames. You can't say 26% of the cases have been referred here, they are being processed. From when till when? We want to understand.
Recording in progress.
That thing works. If it does not work, what are the problems? You must say from March till June, we'll be dealing with this 26% of cases that have been referred to our in-house forensic, so that we're able to judge them based on what they had said they will do. But with what they presented to us, thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Litier. Honorable Yabo.
Morning, Honorable Chair. Let me acknowledge everyone on the platform, all protocol observed. Without going to town, Honorable Chair, I think I want to ask just a simple question on the standards used by the AGSA as it relates to Schedule 3A entities that are for social good like NSFAS. And I raise this question in light of an ensuing difference of opinion that has made headlines recently with the Road Accident Fund, arguing that Schedule 3A entities that distribute or disburse funds as a social good must be audited using a different standard that would put less onerous demands on the financial statements that they would have to submit in the form of IFRS, IFRS. And so I wanted to ask if the Auditor General South Africa has gone to review and or look at such an option where Schedule 3A entities are concerned that are there for social good disbursements and or anything of that nature. Because it looks like it's going to be a hot potato for a bit of time to come. Other than that, Chair, I want to agree with members that issues around controls at NSFAS are worrisome. Controls are issues that are very worrisome for us. NSFAS
In my opinion, Chair, I would have said that the structure of NSFAS makes it very difficult for optimum operation. I have said this, and I will put it on record, that NSFAS must desist from operating like a bank, because it is an institution for the distribution and disbursement of a social good for student allocations and bursaries. It must not operate like a bank. And the minimizing of the call center tells you that I am right about the fact that it's structured in that way. And that's why you will see that even in the submission of certain information that is required by the AGSA, there will be delays because the loops that are internal do not allow for real-time reports to be submitted to the Auditor General of South Africa. And that must be looked at with serious intent by the entity, because delayed submissions do not augur well for us. It's as if the machine itself is broken, the machine that is NSFAS. I just wanted to make those submissions, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Yabo. Honorable Shikwambana.
Thank you very much, Chair, and greetings to the members and everyone who's present here today. Chair, maybe perhaps we should start and remind ourselves with the mandates and responsibilities of NSFAS. And one of the mandates and responsibilities of NSFAS is to allocate funds, loans, and bursaries to eligible students. The other one, which is more interesting, is that they must be able to maintain and analyze a database and undertake research for a better utilization of those financial resources that they happen to find themselves within. But we are not surprised by the delays of the release of the financial statements of NSFAS. The report that we get from the AG today explains exactly why there was delays, because seemingly we've got operational crisis in NSFAS and we've got administrative crisis in NSFAS. People who are given the responsibility to deal with the finances of the institution and finances that must take care of the people of South Africa, particularly a young people of South Africa who happens to be students at the higher institution. And we've got NSFAS that cannot account to the money that is coming in and the money that is going out, and rather give misstatements or material misstatements in terms of their financial report. So we are highly aggrieved by how NSFAS is actually operating. I'm sitting here and will want to make a proposal to say, if these things are not corrected, and if we as the committee are not going to zoom in vigorously as we are expected to do so as members of parliament to this institution called NSFAS, then this thing is going to collapse, because the mandate here of these people is to make sure that they allocate funds that were given to them accurately to the students. But there is a level of mismanagement of funds of NSFAS, which affects students in general, which I think will be engaging fully on it when we meet them here, because they are still yet to come. So without any waste of time, Chair, this AG's report tells us that we've got a serious crisis in NSFAS, and we have trusted people with the responsibility of looking after the finances of our people, and these people are not actually doing that. And we do not know that when you are given money to utilize the money, you must be able to also come back and report on what have you done. And these people, they are not actually giving us a proper report on what they've done and how is the money allocated or was actually utilized. So I will suggest that, Chair, without any waste of time, that this NSFAS board and whoever is responsible there at NSFAS, they are not doing South Africans justice. They are not actually taking care of the monies of our people. They are not actually doing what they are mandated to do or expected to do. Therefore, I will recommend that we actually remove these people. Let's actually have a clear move to say, can we then go and dissolve these NSFAS and get new people, qualified people with competence, people who will be able to work and do the work diligently. So, because here we have trusted, I may say thugs if I'm running out of the word, to say, well, we are dealing with people who are thugs, people who are ready to steal the monies, and after stealing, they are not even coming to account properly. Some of the things that they are submitting to AGs do not have supporting documents as to how the money was actually utilized, which is very embarrassing and worrisome. So in short, I would say we do not have anyone in NSFAS. We've got individuals who are there to look after themselves, who are there to steal the monies of our people. Hence, students on the ground are suffering because of these issues we are seeing here today. So it was not a surprise why they delayed to give us this financial statement. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Shikwambana. Can I just check, there's a statement you made, and just for record purposes, you say that they must be removed. Are you talking about the board, or are you talking about management or staff? Just for record purposes.
Thank you, Chair. I'm actually referring to the board and the management itself, because these are the people that are responsible and who should be actually responsible for making sure that we've got proper presentation of financial statement of the institution, and they're not giving us that. So they're not actually making justice to our people. They must be dissolved and removed, and then let's get new people who are competent to come and do the work for this institution, which is looking after the interest of our students.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Honorable Shikwambana. Honorable Sibia. Ma'am Sibia, i-network ayibambi. Can I check, is it my network or Honorable Sibia's network?
It's her. Her network is very bad.
Okay, thank you. Sibia, the network is really bad, so we're going to mute you.
The network is bullying me here. The greetings to everyone. Chairperson, on slide 11 or page 11. Hey, it's bad. Hello. Hello.
We can hear you again, Ma'am Sibia. Honorable Sibia. Okay, I think she got kicked off the platform. Let me check. Yeah, we've lost Honorable Sibia. We'll go back to her. Honorable King.
Good morning, everyone on the platform. So, Chairperson, looking at the AG's report, there is concern for me when you have to consider over the past 5 years as it was presented, there's been material irregularities. I just want to find out from the Auditor General side, what have they done when they realized that over 5 years, NSFAS could not fix their MIs? What action steps did they then take so that they ensure that this was actually dealt with? Because I'm sure next year, whenever we actually get the 2022-23 report, this issue will creep up again. I would also like to know from the Auditor General, we've seen a lot of, it was indicated, there's inconsistency when it comes to the data from the institutions to NSFAS, the reporting, how it was done, no proper processes in terms of general accounting practices was followed. Has they considered conducting some form of training to the internal auditors of NSFAS or guidelines to guide them into the right direction to ensure that proper reporting is being given to NSFAS? It is also concerning, Chairperson, that when we consider the delay was mostly due to the fact that there was the issue of the closeout project. Now we hear from the Auditor General that when it was presented, there were glaring issues when it came to certain values, amounts not correctly registered, and there was inconsistency in the accounting system. It went back and forth again. I just wanted to find out from the Auditor General themselves, with the COP having these glaring inconsistencies, have they given them proper guidelines on what they actually want to see? Because, I mean, if you give, it's back and forth almost twice. I think it's going to be reevaluated again. I just wanted to find out, because if we consider we still have an SIU investigations where more of this is coming out, which is owed to NSFAS and which NSFAS still owes to institutions. So we just want to have that clear. I was trying to consider looking at the AG report, the supply chain management processes. I just want to find out if there was any evaluation done or investigation done on the supply chain management processes. If we consider that there were irregularities in some of the supply chain processes stemming back to that era of 2021, 2022, which only came to the fore now in some of the reports, which was actually highlighted by OTA. So I just wanted to find that out. And in terms of the legislation, which I know the AG always lambasts NSFAS on it, has there been any progress when it came to changes to the actual legislation in terms of the mandate of NSFAS since they transitioned over into a bursary scheme system? Then, Chair, in general, on the annual report, it is clear that there are glaring inconsistencies on the manner in how this report was put together. I actually went back to the actual report that they handed to us, not the annual report, the APPs and all of that. What are they going to do in 2020? It is literally a cut and paste from that one over onto this report. Literally a cut and paste. The only thing that probably was new or is new was the AG's remarks that was added, and also the overview of NSFAS performance in terms of the targets and the indicators. But even there, we are seeing glaring inconsistencies with some of the issues that are being deemed not achieved. But when you look at it, it should have been an achieved outcome. We are seeing also on page 45, where it was indicated that for the period, the actual achievement for 2021-2022, NSFAS received an unqualified audit opinion with findings, but yet the Auditor General would tell you it was an adverse audit opinion. So this raises great speculation in terms of the report that is handed to us. Some calculations are even wrong because I like to do my calculations coming from the accounting sector as well. If you look at page 47, Chairperson, if you have to consider the planned annual target, it's 425.5 million rand. The actual achieve is 341,782,937. And then they tell you the deviation is 83,773.83 rand. But the actual deviation, the calculation was already wrong. It's 83,771.63. There's quite others that I've picked up, Chairperson. So this report went through cabinet, it went through various processes, and it raises concern with the actual capability of NSFAS to put a report together of such nature. Is also raises questions on other reporting inconsistencies that is glaring within this report and what will then be stemming from the 2022-2023 report, Chairperson. I would then also agree, Chair, that this report be re-looked at and it be resent to us. It's no use even discussing it, even if we do receive it. The BRRR process has already come and gone. This is way outdated 2 years later. A lot of other stuff has already transitioned within the space. We have seen more irregularities that has taken place. We will see more irregular expenditure as a result of the direct payment contracts that is already still there. So I'm not happy with what I'm seeing. I do want to thank the Auditor General for the work that they are doing. I also read the report on the Schedule 3A and the accounting period. It's not to say that it actually means a whole complete change, but just the nature of outlook on the targets that it should be looked at. Because at the end of the day, this is taxpayers' money that we are using, and taxpayers' money that is not properly accounted for. So I would really like for NSFAS not to get the house in order. I think the house is already gone. But I don't know, Chair, either the previous board needs to properly account to us. I wouldn't say dissolve the board because I think most of the changes has been done as in recent terms, but we seriously need to consider the conduct of NSFAS to even do proper reporting on accounting measures. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable King. Honorable Mananiso.
Thank you, Chairperson. And let me start by actually greeting everyone on the platform and firstly acknowledge the report by the AG. And I think one would say that this is a diagnostic report, that it's a true reflection of what we know if we can analyze what we've been hearing on the ground and what we've been reading on the document that are presented by NSFAS. But Chair, I want to start by actually reprimanding Honorable Shikwambane that he must visit the rules of the National Assembly in terms of parliamentary language on Rule 84. That in this platform, there's a way on how we need to conduct ourselves and the language that we need to use when we speak to each other, more especially on issues that deals with our people. So I want just to reprimand Honorable Shikwambane on that it is wrong that you would come here and use the words of that people's attacks. It's unparliamentary. You just need to revisit your rules. But Chair, I think one would want to agree with most of the members to say, indeed, if we take
Honorable Shikwambane.
I think Honorable Manon is misquoting me. I said for the I'm looking for a better word to call, because there's no better word to call a person a thug. When they are thugs, they are thugs. So
okay. Unparliamentary. It's unparliamentary.
I did not actually accuse anyone of that.
Oh, Shikwambane, revisit the rules.
Honorable Mananiso, Honorable Shikwambane.
For the lack of better words,
call order.
Honorable Mananiso.
Can we call order? Yeah.
Honorable Shikwambane, you cannot call someone a thug. You're accusing them of something. You must have evidence. You must substantiate why you're calling them a thug. Those are the rules of Parliament. You can't go around saying, yeah,
Shikwambane. Financial statement explains because you can't explain where is the man.
You can't go, Oksalayo, you must bring the evidence, Honorable Shikwambane. If you're going to call Honorable Shikwambane a this and a that, on what basis are you calling him that? Therefore, you must bring the evidence. You must substantiate why you're calling this person this or that. We can't work in this parliament on hearsay. And that is what Honorable Mananiso was cautioning. But colleagues, 3 months, 4 months, my elections are in. But we cannot be calling each other thugs in this meeting. We will also look into in what context, Honorable Shikwambane, you were saying what you were saying, and we'll resolve this issue in the next meeting. I think our next meeting is on Friday. But we know, colleagues, that you can't go around making allegations on people saying they are this or they are that without evidence of that. We must be able to substantiate why we are saying this or that. Honorable Manani, so you may continue. I think in network. Honorable Mananiso?
Chair?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, thank you, Chair, for your intervention. But I'm saying that it is important as members of Parliament that as we conduct our business, we must be able to use the parliamentary rules. So, yeah, therefore, Chairperson, I think one would want to acknowledge that every time when the AG becomes before us as this portfolio committee, we get sense in terms of what we've been standing on issues of misconduct by NSFAS and as well unlawful activities that we believe that they are happening in NSFAS. One would want to say, Chair, I fully agree by the fact that has been made by Honorable Litsie and Honorable King that we must not accept the presentation of the report here. Let us give them some time to go and refine it and come back to us with proper details and accurate information so that as this particular portfolio committee would be able to abide to the commitment that indeed we have done our oversight and accountability based on what we have. It's very unfortunate, Chairperson, that indeed, as Honorable Boshoff could have said, throughout these 5 years, we've been dealing with repetitive issues of poor record management, poor financial management, and as well this incapacitated ICT system. It is very worrying that till to date, those issues are coming out, and it really shows that what we've been saying, that at NSFAS, there's no consequence management, and as well, DHET sometimes it's reluctant in terms of making sure that they hold people accountable. So this AG report, it's a horror on its own, horror movie of NSFAS from its inception till to date. And I think if we are not going to actually save NSFAS before the end of our term, we could have failed our people, Chair, in terms of interventions that have been alluded by the AGs. And one would want to acknowledge the fact that on the report, there's an indication that in some of the things that have been advised by the AG to be done by NSFAS, they are doing them, there's progress. However, there's still more to be done. And I think NSFAS must make sure that they keep up their success and ensure that they do what is right. On the other thing that I wanted to speak on, Chairperson, as I said, that I'm covered by most of the members like your Honorable Bafuzi. One would want to say that, Chair, noting the recommendation plan with short-term, medium-term from the AGs, NSFAS, when they send us a proper report, they must actually include those particular plans or on the presentation, so that we are able to check if they are committed to be doing what they've been suggested to do. But lastly, Chairperson, one would want to check with the AG's colleagues there to say how many days they could have maybe visited NSFAS in terms of taking them through on issues that they would want them to update or deal with. Because I think one of the commitment that I've noted that the AG has done to have said to us as the portfolio committee is that they are even willing to deploy part of their staff to go and assist those who are dealing with internal audit in NSFAS. So I want to check, throughout this report, has that particular exercise been done? And if so, how many times have they went to NSFAS to actually make sure that they assist them assist them in terms of ensuring that they keep their finances and their records up to date. But lastly, Chair, taba ya ICT in NSFAS, it's a serious issue that needs to be prioritized before we get to this issue of finding an alternate for student disbursement. Because if you don't have a capacity from your data in terms of dealing with the whole system, so the whole value chain phase. So there's a need that a chairperson, NSFAS, when they come and present on other issues, they need to take us in confidence on specific timeframes, as Honorable Lizzie could have said, on what is it that they are doing, so that we are assured that in this 2024 academic year, there won't be disruptions that are being done by a student caused by NSFAS. And Chair, I really appreciate the insightful information by AGs always. Just the one thing that I wanted is that clarity, if they had some sessions with NSFAS. And as well, I hope that you have noted that I agree that we're not going to take the report as tabled on the first item for NSFAS, because of we need it to be refined for proper submission. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mananiso. Thank you very much to all members. I'm going to hand over back to the AG. There's some key questions that have come to yourselves, but also maybe for your reflection on the inputs members have made, particularly in NSFAS going back to amend or to add and supplement the reports. The great sentiment, I mean, strongly coming from Honorable Lizzie, Honorable King, Honorable Mananiso, is that, well, we actually can't see what you've done with the funding that we have allocated to you to administer on behalf of ourselves, on behalf of the country, for students to have access to education. So, I mean, Honorable King says that elements that literally look like copy and paste. I know Honorable Mananiso shares the same sentiment, as well as Honorable Lizzie. So I think, you know, strongly coming from members is that this report is not a true reflection of work that has or has not been done. It doesn't give us a true sense of how these funds have been utilized, and that even though the outcome may be an adverse outcome, I mean, the audit outcome won't change, but we still want to be able as a committee to engage on an accurate report. So what I want to suggest also is that Honorable King, Honorable Mananiso, Honorable Lizzie have raised, you know, specific items where there's a concern on how the reporting has taken place. And if we could compile this and ask that through the Secretariat give specificities on where NSFAS needs to either correct how they've reported, or where they need to supplement and give us more information. And I think the options we perhaps have is for an addendum to be attached to the report, as this has been tabled before Parliament, and SCOPA has even interacted with this. And so I think the options that we have is for these corrections to be made, there's additional information to be attached, and for an addendum then to be attached to this report. But I'd like to get the perspective of the AG on the questions that have been asked, and as well as this sentiment that's coming from the committee. Over to you, colleagues.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. So I think maybe let's start with the comments and the questions that have been raised by the three honorable members around the annual report. I just wanted to highlight that in our briefing document and in our auditor's report as well, In terms of the audit of performance against predetermined objectives, we have raised, and our outcome in terms of significant material findings were both on usefulness and reliability on the performance information. And that is there is reference to some of the pages that one of the members have highlighted. So we did do work around program 2, and this is where we could not obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence to support both the usefulness as well as the reliability of that information. So I think there is, I'll just highlight that aspect. We'll have to understand if the Secretariat can maybe also then involve us and include us in understanding the amendments that are required. And if we can perhaps also form part of that process, that we can then give our inputs into the process that needs to be followed then from our side as well. So I think that would have to be us understanding in terms of the detail, what is being changed, what's the process that has been followed to be changed, that informs the change, and then ultimately then we can then evaluate the process that we ought to be following on our side. Chair, obviously the comment was made that in fact our auditor's report has been issued, so the audit is closed, but we would need to understand the details behind it. Honorable Chair, I also then wanted to comment, so I'm going to give to Ignatius as well as my colleague Thomas to also support me in answering some of the questions, and some of the detailed questions that have been asked around the data and the errors and the billings. I'm going to let Ignatius take those questions. I wanted to just answer the question for Honorable Yabo around the standards that we use as AGSA and the reference made to RAF. So in terms of this platform, we won't be able to comment around how the considerations around the matter with RAF in fact impact on NSFAS. But what we can say is that it's not within our mandate to select standards and apply and evaluate the application of standards within the NSFAS environment. Our mandate is to provide an audit on the prepared and submitted set of financial statements. It's National Treasury's responsibility to identify an accounting framework, and as auditors of NSFAS, we then audit against that accounting framework and the application of the standards within that accounting framework. So if there is any form of new standards that are coming to the fore or coming into the environment, then ultimately the process would be that the Accounting Standards Board would then adopt the standard, refine it for South Africa, bring it into the accounting framework. National Treasury will then adopt the accounting framework, and thereafter there will be implementation. And for Schedule 3 it will be through the accounting authority, being the board. I thought I'll mention that as well. I think some of the other questions around the MI I'm going to give to Thomas to answer, as well as the data and some level of SCM processes. I know there's a question around the use of internal audit and the interactions that we have with internal audit. So we do interact with internal audit as the Auditor General to determine the work that they've conducted within the environment. And members are aware that we do our audit in terms of the international standards of auditing, and our audit methodology is a risk-based audit methodology. So we identify risks within the environment and we test according to the risks that we've identified in the environment. So we work with internal audit on that basis. Now, if one has to reflect on the 2022 set of financials and the report that we've issued, what we've done is we've ensured that we've interacted with both management, the governance structures, the board, as well as internal audit to be clear around what we believe the root causes are for the findings that we've been identifying or we've identified in the environment. And those root causes, very critical and important, is what the NSFAS would then have prepared an audit action plan on. Now, we can give recommendations. So our standards allow us, and the methodology allows us to give recommendations to management on how we believe they ought to remedy the root causes. So not just to deal with the symptoms, but to remedy the underlying root cause of what has occurred. And that is where we have identified those root causes around shortage of skills and capacity around the systems, and also not sufficient response and remediation to the deficiencies we've identified. And then NSFAS would then prepare the audit action plan to implement and action what they believe would be then to remedy the root causes. We have unpacked root causes on a multitude of platforms and in detail levels, and have had workshops with management as well as the governance structures so that we can engage them thereon. We do not necessarily provide training because as an audit office, we are as a Chapter 9 institution need to be independent, and we need to be impartial and objective. So we cannot participate or take part in any of the reporting, training processes, capacitation processes, because we cannot threaten our independence. Almost an example would be to end up auditing something that we've contributed to. So we can conduct reviews, and what we've done for NSFAS in terms of action plans. We have come into spaces where we have early audited some of the steps that they followed to remediate, so that we can give them proper recommendations based on that early audit that we've conducted. So I thought I'll just cover that bit because it's very critically important that our role and responsibility as an independent assurance provider is understood, Chair. So I'm going to hand over to Ignatius to deal with some of the detailed questions, and then if Thomas can just pick up those residual. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. If you will just indulge me, Chair, if I am quiet for a moment or two, it's that I'm just going through my notes to make sure I cover the questions. I made detailed notes of all the reflections of the members. So the questions is in between, because I do find the insights of the committee very useful in terms of those reflections that was made. So if I can start with the first questions asked by yourself, Chair. You are correct in your understanding. The student account statements that we requested were the student account statements from the institutions. Again, you were correct to understand that we did have some challenges obtaining those student account statements, and also that there are differences between the student account statements and the cost of study reported to NSFAS. And then again, you were reflecting on some of the levies and things, and if they are included or not. Again, there wasn't a universal way of reporting the cost of study to NSFAS. Some institutions just give a total, others would have broken it down between tuition, allowances, etc. But one of the issues that we did find is that in some cases, they might include charges or levies that might not necessarily be part of what NSFAS needs to fund for the students, like, for instance, gym fees. Now, in some cases, those levies form part of the total cost of study, as students don't have a choice. That's the university's policy. Other might not be. But so those are some of the issues that needs to be sorted out in terms of being clear what is the cost of study and what is required from the institutions, and maybe for them to give it in a consistent manner that will just make it easier to reconcile in terms of those things. Then I think Sangeeta has responded on the question of the standard. Thomas will respond on the question on the material irregularity. I think Honorable King asked a couple of questions around interactions with internal audit and things which I think Sangeeta has dealt with, as well as some of the inconsistencies in the annual report. Just maybe on the evaluation of the SEM processes. So our audit did include the auditing of procurement and contract management as a focus area. We report on the focus area in the management report, and then if there would have been any material non-compliance on any of the SEM prescripts, that would be reported in the audit report. And if there was irregular expenditure identified, those are disclosed in the financial statements as irregular expenditure. So from that perspective, a concern was raised around all of these allegations and investigations and things that is undergo, and that some of these stem from that. I think if you look at the ones that's being reported on and that's been in the public domain, most of them, the expenditure is incurred within the years for which we don't have financial statements and for which we haven't audited yet. So most of that will come through from the 22-23 financial statements, which we have not received and therefore have not audited in terms of those matters. But our audit do include the evaluation of the SEM processes. I think then maybe just on, is it clear or were we clear in terms of what it is that we expect in terms of the closeout project? I think Sangeeta has touched a little bit on that in terms of how we interacted, recommendations we've made. I think you'll see, or I think I've explained it when I touched on the issues with the closeout project. There wasn't a standard operating procedure or insufficient standard operating procedure for the reconciliation. So NSFAS wasn't clear in terms of how it's going to work, what it's going to include, and controls around that. And that was one of the issues that we raised on the 29th of July, and where they've improved on the standard operating procedures for the 31 March submission, so that we can then audit some of them. But I think there are still some areas of weakness in that, like I've now mentioned, in terms of maybe defining how the cost of study is provided by the institutions and that it be done on a consistent basis. So I think we've had many engagements to ensure that there's a proper understanding of what is required and how we can best address this so that all these audit findings can be issued. Then there's been a question in terms of legislation, in terms of NSFAS legislation, and have there been any changes? Were there change from giving loans to bursaries? I think that's a question that should also be asked to NSFAS. To what extent have they made adjustments in terms of that? But if you look at it, I think overall the legislation hasn't been updated for all the changes that's been happening within NSFAS. But I think maybe that's a question that could be asked to NSFAS as well, that they can maybe give a better response on that. I think the rest of the questions was all addressed because they're very similar by Sangeeta. So then I'm going to give to Thomas just to respond on the material irregularity one.
So, and thank you, Ignatius, and good morning, honorable members and honorable chair. Honorable Chair, the question that I was asked on the material irregularities related to the actions that we as an audit office would have taken related to the 3 material irregularities that were raised in the financial year 2019-2020. On page 17 of our briefing document, we outline the process that the material irregularity would then follow once issued. And once the auditor has assessed that material irregularity and the actions that will make that material irregularity to be resolved or to be dealt with to be insufficient. If insufficient, there's three options that the audit office has as an action towards that material irregularity. We do indicate that we have an option for referring the material irregularity to a relevant public body for further investigation. Or our second option as an audit office, where we find that the accounting authorities' actions were not sufficient to resolve those material irregularities, is to either recommend actions to resolve material irregularities in the auditor's report, or and following that, to take binding remedial actions to for the failure to implement those recommendations, and lastly is to issue a certificate of debt for the failure to implement remedial action. So this is the process that we then follow, and this is process as outlined in the amended Public Audit Act, and therefore specifically for NSFAS, honorable Chair, and Honorable King, is that we then, having seen that the actions that were proposed being taken by the accounting authority to resolve the material irregularities as we have raised them in that financial year, were not sufficient. And then we included recommendations, which is step number 2. So we opted for option 2 of those 3 options that I've just outlined in terms of the actions that we might then take as an audit office, which is to then recommend the actions that we believe are geared towards resolving that material irregularity. I think when Ignatius was also presenting, he then took you through the status of where that is, in terms of the timelines that we had with the entity regarding those recommendations that we have made in their auditor's report, of which the entity indicated that they were unable to fulfill those recommendations on the given time, and asked for an extension till the 30th of June 2024, for which then they are providing us with progress reports related to that. But important, Honorable Chair, maybe for us to also mention that these material irregularities that we present to you now today, and the recommendations that we present to you, underwent a process where we have engaged various stakeholders as we were discussing both the auditor's report and the outcomes of NSFAS, including the board, where we told them about the recommendations and the actions that we are anticipating from themselves, the audit committee, as well as the chairperson, to also outline more in terms of what are the detailed actions that should be taken by the institution to make sure that they resolve this, including our discussion with the minister as well around these issues that are sitting in the material irregularity. I think as an audit office, our posture around material irregularities is also clear, Chair, in terms of we see ourselves as part of the ecosystem that should be able to help this, and every platform that we get, including yourselves as this committee, Honorable Chair, we do advocate that you do support and assist us in this process, in making sure that the required action by the various stakeholders is taken, particularly with this NSFAS. What will happen after the recommendations? We will then, in the 2022-2023 audit process, evaluate the actions, particularly by the 30th of June, as indicated. And if we do believe that those actions are sufficient or not sufficient, then we will then move to the next steps of our material irregularity process as outlined in the Act and as outlined on page 17 of this document. That is it on material irregularity. But I think, Chair, there's one question that maybe I did not hear my colleagues deal with, and that is the question that you asked, Chair, to say, with the state that we see, what could have been done? I think that's how you phrased the question, and I think we do speak about this closeout process, and at its core, we call it reconciliations, and there's all sorts of jargon that is sitting in terms of this process. But what it means is a process where you just establish between yourself and the institution that you are giving money to fund a student, what was that money used for? At the core, that's what it is done. And we do believe that this process was instrumental in making sure that the money that was appropriated was being utilized towards funding the students that NSFAS had approved. So one thing that we do believe that should have been done and should be done is to make sure that on an ongoing basis, there are these checks and balances between the money that is appropriated and where that money is going towards, including what are they funding specifically and at what cost. And that is what we believe. And you'll see even in our recommendation, Chair, that we made in the document, we do stress that these checks and balances are important. We do stress that, and these checks and balances must be supported with the right capacity, with the right systems, and that is what we are bringing forth to you, and being monitored on a consistent basis by the various role players within the accountability ecosystem. And I hope we've done justice to the various questions, and we do appreciate the opportunity. Thank you, Chair.
All right, Ms. Kellen, anything else from your side?
No, thank you very much, Chair. I think hopefully we've covered all of it. If we haven't covered, please do let us know. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much to the team from the AG. I want us to perhaps I'll come back later on this matter regarding the annual report. Let me leave that for now. But as I hand over to Prof. van Staden, who I'm tempted to call the sector fixer, shame, from MUT to NSFAS, I want to hand over to him as NSFAS comes and presents to us. But I want to also say, can we focus then on the Werkmans report and the update on funding of students for the 2024 academic year, on progress in the implementation of the student accommodation pilot. I think those are the subheadings, right? So I think let's focus on that. Let's leave the annual report for now. So please don't present on it. Members did read it, hence they were able to make the comments that they made now when unpacking with the AG. They've read the presentation, they've read the reports, and hence they make the comments that they make. So I want to hand over to Prof. van Staden to lead the delegation from NSFAS, but to take the presentation from, on my slides, it's slide 12. I don't know if there's a newer version of the presentations. Over to you, Prof. van Staden. Prof, your mic is still closed.
Okay. Thanks. Honorable Chair, honorable members, DG, and let me observe all protocols. I'm not sure how much time I have to contextualize the situation at NSFAS since my appointment on the 12th of January. I will obviously focus on some of the aspects mentioned to you by you,
Let's make a quick announcement. Prof, let me just make an announcement that the invite says we're ending at 12. I don't know what happened, or the agenda, I don't know what happened there, but we should be ending our meeting at 1. The sitting is at 2 o'clock. So that will give members an hour to move from the meeting to the sitting. Sorry about that, Prof, over to you. Please unmute your device.
Chair?
We can hear
Okay,
you.
yes, thanks again from my side. I will be very brief, focusing on some of the critical interventions since my appointment on the 12th of January. Our acting CEO will follow me with a comprehensive report. I will focus on a few critical aspects, and then let me first of all speak to the NSFAS 2024 eligibility criteria and conditions for financial aid guidelines. I will not dwell into the details. What I want to say is NSFAS board received concurrence from the Minister approving the 2024 bursary scheme funding guidelines, which have been published to all stakeholders. There are notable changes, which I don't want to go into the details unless there's a request to go into the details. There's a number of aspects where the bursary allocations have been increased. We received on the 8th of February a record 1.873 million applications. And on the basis of that, the NSFAS board approved an extension of the application deadline for 2024 bursary scheme up till the 15th of February. I think more important to mention is the loan scheme that has been announced. The NSFAS board has approved the guidelines for the implementation of the loan scheme. Now, this followed, and it was quite an urgent matter. It followed by the announcement by our minister on the first phase of a comprehensive student funding model approved by Cabinet. The NSFAS board has approved the loan scheme funding guidelines. We also finalized the policy framework and a project plan. And I'm of the view that this aspect of the comprehensive funding model is quite a very noble contribution by our government. Then very important is, I think we heard it the whole morning about capacity at NSFAS. So now that NSFAS has to deal with all the loan scheme, so the NSFAS board is in the process to expedite the implementation of the loan scheme through inviting banks to bid, to assist us with the disbursement of the loan scheme allowances, as well as the bursary scheme allowances for this year. The NSFAS board also approved the selection of the financial institutions which will have to comply with resources, expertise, skills, etc. Then the key question the whole day was the Werkmans Report. The NSFAS report has resolved to extend the scope of Werkmans attorneys to take over the further conduct of implementing the recommendations to terminate the contracts with the 4 direct payment service providers, inter alia instituting the disciplinary procedures against the affected NSFAS staff members implicated in the report. I will now move to the OTA allegations against NSFAS chairperson. The NSFAS board has approved the terms of reference for the investigation to address the OTA allegations against the chairperson, Mr. Koza. A reputable firm of attorneys have been appointed to conduct the investigation and will report the outcomes of the investigation to the NSFAS board upon finalization of the investigation. Very briefly, the terms of reference is the following. We want the service provider, the legal firm, to familiarize themselves with the OTA report, NSFAS Act, board charter, code of conduct, and other relevant documents. On the basis of what I've said, to provide the NSFAS board as to the veracity of the allegations in the OTA report that relate to the board chairperson and the board. Further to that, an appropriate response and appropriate steps of the board, including the board subcommittees such as audit and risks, to the allegations with due regard to responsibility set out in the NSFAS Act, Board Charter and Code of Conduct. And also the potential impact of the work of NSFAS in reviewing the contracts with the direct payment providers and any other related matter which may arise out of the examination and consideration of the report in interacting with affected parties. The legal advice must be provided on an expedited basis, and it should take no longer than 1 month or 30 days. The legal service provider will be required to produce a written report for presentation to the NSFAS board. Let me look at other key aspects. Yes, then very important in this short space of time involved is we conceptualized a turnaround strategy for the NSFAS board, and actually dealing with the management issues of the board. We all know that there's some capacity issues, not due to incompetence, but due to the many vacancies in the executive management, where some of the executive managers are dealing with more than one portfolio. And on the basis of the decision to contextualize and conceptualize a turnaround strategy, the board has already appointed 3 turnaround specialists who will be seized with the responsibility of assisting the NSFAS executive in implementing a turnaround strategy targeted to addressing the organizational changes. Very key is the restructuring of the human resources establishment of the NSFAS board. When you reflect on the structure, the HR structure of the NSFAS board, you can see that it doesn't cater for the real mandate of NSFAS to disbursement of funding payments to our students. There's this a standard saying, structure follows strategy, and we have the opinion that the current structure is inadequate, and then obviously we have to fill all the vacancies as a matter of urgency. There are the, let me deal quickly with the student accommodation. NSFAS board resolved to onboard an additional 20 TVET colleges on top of the 3 that were part of the accreditation of private accommodation providers, the test pilot in 2023, bringing the total number of 23 TVET colleges and 17 universities on board for the 2024 pilot project. I will not go there into more details. Let me focus also on a very key aspect. There's ongoing engagement with various stakeholders, in particular the USAF leadership, on a continuous basis, as well as also with the leadership of the TVET colleges, in an attempt, to improve our delivery for this year. In conclusion, and obviously I've just, this is a very, very concise presentation. These developments, and I want to confirm that NSFAS board commitment is this, to advancing the educational opportunities and improving the efficiency of its operations. We remain dedicated to our mission of ensuring the distribution of payments to our students. Honorable Chair and honorable members, those are a few points that I wanted to highlight. Following my few comments here, our acting CEO will follow with a more structured presentation comprising of a number of slides. However, I'm available to take any questions at this particular point in time. I thank you, Honorable Chair and honorable members.
Thank you very much, Prof. Over to you, CEO.
Thank you very much, Chair. Let me start by greetings to yourself, Chair, greetings to the honorable members, DG, Chairperson of the NSFAS board, NSFAS board members that have joined this meeting, Auditor General, as colleagues from Auditor General, and all in attendance in this meeting. Chair, let me start by a question that you asked as part of the questions that you were asking AG, but it was more related to NSFAS. You asked if NSFAS covers clubs and societies. We are guided by our funding guidelines, Chair, and they do not cover clubs and societies. And it was one of the findings that AG did pick up, whereby when they went to a student statement, they found that there were charges like gym fees, which are not covered by the funding guidelines, and that is one of the findings that they have raised, and consultations that we have been making with the institutions to correct that lose out information. In many aspects, the chairperson of the board has covered the presentation. The issue on the Werkmans was well covered by the chair, so I will not be touching on to that. When looking at the funding for students 24 academic year, the chair referred to, covered this one, but referred to information as at 8th of February. So the information that we have included as part of this submission is at 12th of February 2024. And on a daily basis, we receive additional applications. We also do assess applications. And as at 12th February, we were sitting at 1.9 applications received. Those that have been provisionally funded are close to 990,000. And those that are awaiting evaluation are 369,320. Chair, I want to focus more on this that are awaiting evaluation, because the majority of them are awaiting assessment on financial eligibility. You would have seen the communication that NSFAS has made regarding a consent form that the students must complete in order for us to be able to obtain the information from SARS. So the majority of this awaiting evaluation are at that level of checking financial eligibility. We have been in consultation with SARS from the 18th of January, whereby we had a physical meeting with the Commissioner of SARS and agreed on a certain issues. The Commissioner required some assurance of controls and some and that the physical consent form be filled by all applicants in order for financial eligibility to be confirmed with SARS. The only category of applicants that are excluded from completing this consent form are the SASSA beneficiary, who are automatically funded when confirmation is received from SASSA. So we received a letter from SARS indicating the assurances that they require. We have responded to that letter. The letter was received on 2 days ago. We have responded yesterday with the information that was required, the assurance that was required by SARS, and we will be following up later today check if SARS is satisfied, and they will be sharing this information with us. Then it will fast track the awaiting evaluation cohort of students. When you look into the breakdown of those that have been provisionally funded, 791,000 relate to the SASSA applicants, and 198,000 relates to the non-SASSA applicants. We have further broken down the stats into the sectors, the TVETs, 570,000, and university applications that have been received to date is 1.3 million. And those that have been funded on the TVET sector is 230,000, and those on the university applicants is about 760,000 that are provisionally funded. On the side of the loan application, this opened on the 2nd of February, and we had communicated the opening of the loan scheme application process. And we have the stats as at 12 February again, whereby 22,954 applications had been received. The closing date for both the loans applications and the bursary applications is 15th of February. I have touched on this slide a little, Chair, when I was talking about SARS and the consent form. Our communication with them started on the 14th of December, whereby they gave us a notice of the consent form that needed to be physically signed by all the applicants. This slide I have also touched on that talks to the meeting that we had on 18th of January with SARS. We have appointed additional caseworkers, 100 caseworkers that will assist with fast tracking of the processing of the applications and also at the later stage processing of the appeals. We project at this stage that all applications will be processed by no later than end of February 2024. And also on the side of the appeals, appeals received will be processed and the process should complete by end of April 2024. On the side of governance, this one is closely linked to the annual report, and also in your guidance, you had indicated that we should skip this slide. On the student accommodation pilot that is undertaken by NSFAS, Chair did touch on this, but I will just go on to the statistics. We have done a consultation with different bodies like SACPO, USAF, SAPETSA, SAUS, from the 7th of December 2023 up until 25 January 2024. But these consultations are still ongoing with the institutions as well. On the TVET side, out of a total of 40,522 beds that have been registered, those that are accredited to date is 32,272, and 8,250 beds are still to be accredited out of those that have been registered. On the university side, a total of 771,331 beds have been registered, with a total of 49,411 beds accredited and available for occupation. The remaining 27,926 beds are in the process of being accredited. The board had appointed or established an ad hoc committee on student accommodation to assist with oversight and consultations with different stakeholders on the pilot project. The number of institutions, as indicated by Chairperson, is 20 TVET colleges and 17 universities, and we have listed those colleges and universities in our presentation. The models and principles that we follow in approaching this pilot project, NSFAS, to allow institutions to first place students at institutionally owned properties. NSFAS will then share a list of accredited private accommodation providers with institutions and work together with institutions to fill those NSFAS accredited private accommodation. NSFAS will then reserve the right to allocate available places to students up to capacity per institution before they are placed in properties accredited by institutions. Institutions following their accreditation process will be allowed to place students in those identified and accredited accommodations, and NSFAS will not assume any role in any accommodation provided for students funded through other sources, that is the privately funded students. The onboarding process have started. NSFAS has deployed teams to the institutions that are assisting with this onboarding process of allocating NSFAS funded students to this accredited properties. This slide also talks about the onboarding process and the support that has been provided. NSFAS has deployed staff to assist institutions with onboarding, provide weekly training on applications and registration processes for accommodation providers and students starting from 8th of April until the end of February. NSFAS and partners to train the champions, or have trained the champions provided by institutions on a train-the-trainer basis. NSFAS to give institutions viewing rights of the student portals for all their students. All these processes, because we have started with the project and students are already onboarding, have been started and completed. Chair, let me end with the presentation on the 2024 readiness. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ramuresi. Thank you very much, Prof. Van Staden. Can I note hands from members? All right, I'll go to Honorable Shikwambana, Honorable King, Honorable Boshoff, Honorable Litsi. Honorable Shikwambana. Okay, I don't know if it's Honorable Shikwambana, your mic is still closed.
He's probably still writing tax on a lighter note.
Hands off, Honorable Shikwambana. Okay, I'm gonna come back to you, Honorable Shikwambana. Let me go to Honorable King.
Good day, Chairperson. Chairperson, just this morning and last night, I've been sitting with an issue of CPUT students that were sleeping outside and they have no place. And if you have to look at it, it was mainly due to the issue of the CAP funding.
I'll come back to you, Honorable Shikwambana. Your network was a bit bad. I'll come back to you after Honorable King.
Okay, with the CAP funding. So this morning, communication was sent out by CPUT that they have an understanding that actually they came to some form of understanding with NSFAS this morning, that they would then take them off the pilot project. So I just want to find out which criteria are they going to embark on to put institutions on and just take institutions off the pilot project. Also, we've heard from various institutions that there was no clear guidelines and proper communication or consultation with regards to the pilot project. This pilot project in a haphazard manner, was just sprung upon them, that they should now forfeit into this whole thing. We've heard from Nelson Mandela University that at some stage they were caught off guard because they already had signed contracts with private accommodation providers over a 2-year period. And then this matter was sprung upon them, leaving them now in a situation. How do they get out of that contractual agreement that they had with the private accommodation service providers? So I would just like to find out from NSFAS how this consulting has actually gone about. What are the challenges that they are experiencing with this pilot project? Do they have the capacity and the manpower to do that? And the reason I'm asking, because if we consider the amount of beds that's accredited, it makes me a bit worried that at this stage, we will still have students that will not be placed into properly accredited accommodation. We've heard that Buffalo City College, that students were placed in inferior accommodation facilities. University of Fort-Hare has mentioned the same. And also this morning with CPUT, where they said they've received over 72,000 applications and they can only offer 15,000. So that also needs to be considered. Is this worthwhile going ahead with this pilot project? Because it will leave a lot of students stranded, considering that the accreditation is been going very slow, and considering that the cap is limiting most students from acquiring spaces in private facilities, because the cap, especially when it comes to the metros, is insufficient. So that is of big concern to me. Then, Chair, I would like to know from the board on which basis that they decide that they are now going to go ahead extending the contract of the direct payment service providers. It is over 5 months that this report was given to them of the Werkmans. It indicated that there was discrepancies when it comes to the contracts of the direct payment service providers. We've seen that even the direct payment service providers, in most respects, couldn't even disperse allowances correctly or timeously, or not at all. So that is also what I want to find out from them, on which basis, and did they consider coming for the next audit, if that will also lead then to them incurring irregular expenditure from their side, which could have been avoided if they had acted promptly. Then, Chairperson, when it comes to NSFAS, when we met with them the last time, they indicated that they have a 1.1 billion rand shortfall, which will affect 87,712 students. So now you hear that they've extended the application process to tomorrow. They already have over 1 million applications that they've received. They've processed almost over 900,000 of these applications received. And I'm saying this because last year we were mindful. We extended the application process only to find out that more than 1 million students were rejected, withdrawn the applications, or various reasons. And then we still find out that we were running short when the budget was cut and we couldn't cover some of 2023's allowances, which in some cases is still outstanding. So I want to find out what is the discussion when it comes to the shortfall of the funding. How are we covering that? Considering the tuition fee and accommodation fee of institutions were increased recently, which will add an extra layer to be paid by NSFAS to a beneficiary. So I need to find out, has all of that been taken into account? Take us into the conference. Do they have money? Where did the money come from? Which line items was it taken from? So that we can be certain that no student will be actually disenfranchised because there is no funding, or called in the middle of the year again to say, oh, well, we rechecked again, you didn't qualify for financial eligibility, or you didn't qualify for academic eligibility, coming up with such things. Then Chairperson, I would also like to find out when is NSFAS going to learn that when you set up eligibility criteria, that criteria should be going hand in hand with an application process. You find students now applying that will be really subjected to that eligibility criteria, and then they will find that they do not qualify anymore. After the fact, the system might have said, yes, you were provisionally funded, and then their status changed. So at what stage are we going to look at that? When it comes to the SARS issue of the consent form, Chair, when you read what's in the newspaper articles, you read on the actual statement of SARS, I wanted to find out on which basis that they decided they were not going to follow the 2019 MOU that they had between SARS. Why did they decided not to do the consent form? Because if you consider, we had numerous parents last year, single parents, single mothers went through divorce, father never appeared or showed up, and these poor kids were now not funded because their father's details appeared, which was received from Home Affairs, and then they used that information to use at SARS to get information, whereas this child only had funding from the mother, and they were then actually left stranded. So what process are you going to ensure that some of those kids that were placed in this precarious situation will they have an option to reapply again? So, Chair, in essence, if you consider the NSFAS functioning and how things are going, not properly implementing the Werkmans Report, I am really concerned for the 2024 academic year. One, regards to the pilot project. Two, regards to the direct payments system. Three, lack of funding thereof for an NSFAS to properly pay. And then the fourth one, the loan comprehensive funding model, or the loan system, where we still do not know the level of understanding or agreement between NSFAS and the student with regards to the repayments, how that will work, the interest rates, when it will come into effect for these students, because you cannot let this kid or child go into some form of an agreement and then they found themselves wanting one day, if NSFAS say by next year you need to pay. We are grateful that such money has been put aside for the missing middle especially, but it opens up another loophole, because now we have kids that are SASSA funded that wants to go and study their postgraduate studies. They are not included into that comprehensive funding model, because it would, as it seems, mostly stands for those in the missing middle and those in the missing middle that wants to do their postgraduate studies. So I just want to find all of that out from NSFAS on how far are they with all these processes. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable King. Let me check Honorable Shikwambana again.
Thank you, Chair. Once more again, let me also greet the representatives of NSFAS. Let's start with the quarter report, which it has allegations of mismanagement of funds and also directed particularly to the chairperson of the board or the chairperson who have taken the leave of absence of the board and the Minister of Higher Education. I think it is also going to be great if the minister as well can take a leave of absence to allow the smooth process of the investigations that are taking place. But amongst others, the NSFAS board resolved on appointing the investigating team that will investigate all these allegations directed to their chairperson, which is Mr. Ernest Khoza. And then I just want to put a proper proposal that which I don't think that NSFAS itself, themselves, it is advisable for them to be the ones appointing the investigating team that should investigate the chairperson who's at a leave of absence as we speak of now. But rather my recommendation will be that can't we as a committee make it clear that let everyone involved or let everyone who's on that board of NSFAS a little bit step aside, and let's allow independent bodies to be the ones dealing with all processes of investigating these people. I will suggest that why don't we go and look for at least a retired judge or any credible person independently, so be the one appointing the investigating team to come and investigate these allegations that are put on the chairperson of NSFAS and the Minister of Higher Education, because I don't think we are going to arrive at a better conclusion of all these investigations if it's NSFAS who are going to appoint a team that must investigate NSFAS, because we saw it with the Werkmans attorneys. To how were they appointed, and they were appointed them at some point. There's someone that these people who are appointing, they directly connect with the person running the very same team of people who are going to appoint to actually deal with some of issues and protect others and deal with certain individuals. Because in all this mess, the fired CEO is not the only one who's supposed to be fired by now. All of them, they should be fired by now. But the recommendations and the findings were actually somehow manipulated, because these people appointed people that they know they will actually cover them in terms of investigation. So let's rather get an independent body, get a retired judge of some sort, and let that person be the one responsible to appoint who must investigate these people of NSFAS with the allegations of corruptions that are on their names. And then the second issue that I want to raise, Chair, is the issue of the Werkmans recommendation on the direct payment companies. The recommendation was that all these 4 companies that were unlawfully appointed without following proper procedures and procurement processes must be terminated. Their contract must be terminated. So I want to check with NSFAS leadership, the CEO and the chair, the acting CEO and the chairperson now of the board, as to how far with the implementation of that recommendation. Because by now, at least we should be knowing what's happening and what happened and all those type of things. I know that they may indicate to say they're still waiting to appoint a team that must deal with this process or investigate everything. But the issue at stake here is that we've got companies who are with NSFAS as we speak now, who were unlawfully appointed. And the recommendation is that their contract must be terminated. We shouldn't be sitting with them, or we shouldn't be having any of them still with NSFAS now, because as we are saying, these companies, their contract must be terminated with immediate effect. We need a proper explanation on that one. The third issue, Chair, that I want to raise is on the defunded students at the University of Northwest. There are 252 wrongfully defunded students at the University of Northwest. And we're speaking here today, these students are unable to register as we speak. These students, they are returning students, and now because of the wrongfully defunded, they can't be allowed by the institution to register. So I want to check with the NSFAS as to whether they are aware about these students at the University of Northwest who cannot register now because they were wrongfully defunded. And NSFAS, they are aware that there are people who they wrongfully defunded them. And with that case being, these students, they couldn't pay their fees last year. And if their fees are not paid last year, this year universities are saying they can't be able to register them because they are owing universities. And the future of these 250 plus students is at stake now as we speak. And then it may create us, or it may cause us crisis in the year 2024 if it's not carefully dealt with. NSFAS should be able to explain to us how far are they with the issue of NSFAS students, if they know about it. And if they don't know about it, now we are telling them. And I know that we have also forwarded it to NSFAS as well, the list of these 250 plus students who are affected. Now, the other issue that I want to raise, Chair, is the issue of the late payments of the tuition fees. NSFAS is aware, and then and all of us were aware as the members of the Portfolio Committee of Higher Education, that there are a number of students, a lot of students in the TVET colleges and universities and University of Technologies today as we speak. Their last year fees are not yet paid. And these kids, they cannot register with the universities. Universities, they say to them, if you are not cleared by NSFAS, we're not going to pay for your fees. And we're speaking about majority of students who, for example, you go to TUT, you go to University of Free State, you go to UJ, you go to VET, you are going to find these students I'm speaking about as we speak now. You go to UP, you're going to find these students that I'm speaking about now, that they are not allowed to register because NSFAS, they haven't paid their last year tuition fees. And as a result, these students, when they are not registered with institutions of higher learning, they can't be allocated accommodation. So they find themselves in a limbo where they can't register. And if then they are not registered, they don't have accommodation. They come as far as different provinces across the country, and it's far from home. And by that time, they're not able to register and they don't have accommodation. They find themselves lingering on the streets, and they are vulnerable to all sorts of crimes that may take place within them. Again, I know we've just got a state now from the CEO giving us the stats of the application or the updates on the applications of NSFAS, which let me also upload the fact that they've extended the process of applications or the due date to be on the 15th of February. But yeah, there are students here that we have indicated, acting CEO, that you are having close to 22,954 loan applications received. And then the 12,890 are awaiting evaluations. 848 have been withdrawn themselves by the students, and 30 are in progress. 8,345 applications are on the not started status because students could not provide or they just updated or created their profiles and not submitted their application. My question here is that what is that NSFAS is doing to follow these students as to check and may also make sure that these people, they do upload or do their application submissions proper, because you may find that these students of 8,345, they are not aware that they did not even maybe uploaded some of the documents that which are needed, because when they were in a process of application, maybe network happens, load shedding happens, because we are affected by load shedding in South Africa, which is killing majority of our people. And I suspect this number of students who are now at hold because their profiles will just been updated and they did not submit the applications. We should be able to follow them, and NSFAS should be able to follow them and get to know when are they submitting these things, and or are they aware that there's awaiting documents that must be submitted to them. So, Chair, I want to find from NSFAS, from all these applications that they've dealt with now so far, when are they going to upload them properly and inform the institution of higher learning that these people are funded by NSFAS? Because the situation we are sitting with now, Chair, in universities and TVET colleges is that students are not allowed to register now as we speak, and they are main. And they are not being allowed because of the issue that they don't have an update that comes from NSFAS that says, of course, this number of students we have actually provisionally accepted them or funding them. Can you please allow them to register so that they can be able to register? It's not only, even in duty, there's a number of students who are not able to register, and they've already done the process. And I want to believe that they are amongst the number of people that which you have mentioned to us there, that they are in a process, or you have actually taken their applications. At some other issues, we know CEO or the acting CEO of NSFAS, that you once spoke about the 42 plus, if not minus, billion that which you have actually taken from the reserves to give to the universities to deal with the registration processes of the students that we have accepted or we are going to fund for the 2024 academic year. I want to know, how far is that process? Have you started doing that process so that you allow the universities to allow the students who are funded or whom you are going to fund this year to register? Because one of the crises is that a lot of our students are not able to register because they are not, their status still not clear whether they are funded or not by NSFAS. And this will cause us a lot of crisis. As you see, CPUT students yesterday, they were being chased by securities because they don't have accommodation, and they were even asking at least a place where they can be accommodated while they're still dealing with their registration issues. And universities, they are denying them access because they are not registered students. And these people are qualified and funded NSFAS students. I hope NSFAS will come and respond to some of the issues that we have indicated here. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Shikwambana. Honorable Itie.
No, thank you very much, Chair. I told you it was Honorable Boshoff, but I'm happy to come in. The first thing I want to appreciate is that the acting chair, that Ifan Staden, managed to join the meeting. On the list that they have sent on our agenda, the acting chair was not available, or his name was not printed there, but I'm happy that he's here, because when you take responsibility and avail yourself, this is exactly what you are availing yourself for. I'm going to maybe start with them, the board. On the 11th of January, I read a letter where the board released a circular saying the chair, substantive chair, has taken leave of absence for 1 month. And in the 1 month, they're going to appoint independent body legal firm to investigate the allegations that were made on the 4th of January in a presser or in a media article by Outer. The question to them is, how far are they with that process? When did they appoint this legal firm? When is the 30 days of the legal firm that they spoke about in the opening ending? And in the process, what happens to the substantive chair? And then secondly, again, the Werkmans Report, Chair, detailed a number of issues. One, it was the irregular appointment of the 4 providers. 2, it was the role of the former CEO. 3, it was the role of some employees in the employ of NSFAS. So far, the board when they're reporting on the Werkmans Report, first time since they've acted on at least one part, they don't mention that they have dealt with one part, which is they let go of the CEO, which is a huge part that they could forget, to inform Parliament and the people of South Africa in this meeting that we are implementing the Werkmans Report. We have implemented part 1 that dealt with the issues of the CEO. We saw the letters circulating, them writing to the former CEO to give reasons why he must not be let go, and the responses and so forth. And ultimately, they let go of the CEO, whether it was in late November, early December, but they are not touching it here, which is a concern. It speaks about the internal capacity we are talking about at NSFAS, that this is a huge milestone that, sorry, you are not reporting to us. 2, on slide 13.2 on their presentation, they speak about a process of filing court papers to set aside the appointment of the 4 service providers as advised by the Werkmans Report. On the 8th of February, chairperson of the acting chair, we saw a circular that was released by NSFAS, signed by you, on the 8th of February, detailing that in the meeting of the 31st of January, 2024, your board would have written to universities and TVET colleges, informing them that these 4 providers will continue to disperse these funds until such notice that you may give, which created an impression that there is absolutely no urgency in terms of dealing with this specific part. Can you just take us through here? What were the discussion in your board that you have moved this slowly here? Like my 2 colleagues who spoke before, the report is almost 5 months, if not more than that. What are the timelines on you implementing this Werkmans resolution that you must terminate these service providers? In your opening chair, acting chair, you also say that you are looking at having banks to disperse. If you do that, what is the process that you'll undertake? Is this regulated by Treasury? How long can that contract take before you advertise openly, if that is the process you are going to move? You are also very quiet on the recommendations of other employees who are still in the employ of NSFAS, who form part of the BECs, who form part of the BACs, because that Werkmans Report said to you, discipline or this X, Y, and Z people must also go through a disciplinary process. Take us through. Who is responsible for that? How far are they with that process? If you have not started, why have you not started? If you have started, how far is the process? Who are the employees who are implicated there? And when will you finish or finalize the disciplinary processes of those individuals who are in the employ of NSFAS, who are, for lack of a better word, fingered by this report? On bursary applications, Chair, yeah, it's a mess. It's a mess because here we're not dealing with numbers. Firstly, we're dealing with the individual, or dealing with people who are the poorest of the poor, who need these things. According to them, 369,320 are awaiting evaluation. Almost 400,000 students are awaiting evaluations. Today is it's Valentine's. Happy Valentine's to all of you. Today is Valentine's. It's 14 February. Most universities have opened their doors for teaching and learning. These kids, almost 400,000 of them, don't know whether they are coming or going. We're adding stress, we're adding mental health issues. It's just a mess. And according to their data, this number, we've got 198,000 of these ones who are awaiting evaluation. 198,000 of them are non-SASSA applicants. What does that mean? It means the remainder are SASSA beneficiaries. So you have SASSA beneficiaries as well, who are, because my understanding is that you've got two categories, SASSA and non-SASSA. So if 198, 200,000 of them are non-SASSA, it means 169,000 of them are SASSA beneficiaries who are awaiting evaluation. It doesn't make sense to me, Chair, this one. Maybe they must clarify, when are they going to finalize this awaiting evaluation? What is that? What is awaiting evaluation? Students must either know that they are funded or not funded, they are able to go to class, they are able to register. Some of them, by the way, have lost their spaces at this institution because they could not raise the 3,000 or the 2,000 that universities want for one to register. Again, 161,492 of them are in progress. That's what the report says. What is that? What does that mean? In progress. In progress. What is that? When are they going to move from in progress to funded or rejected? Because ultimately that's where it must get to. 200,000 again, 161,000 are either not sure what is happening. 1,213 are on appeals. When are they going to finalize these appeals? Because we know out of this many who are awaiting evaluations, they will also go to appeals. They will be rejected, get to appeals. When will, last year we had a problem with NSFAS that we can't have appeals that runs from January till December. We just cannot have that kind of a problem because it creates a serious problem. On the pilot chat, because I see we have a problem of time and I don't want to copy Honorable Shikwamban and take 15 minutes. So on the pilot chat, 23 TVET, 17 universities, TVETs 8,250 beds to be accredited. Can they take us through what is the holdup? When are they going to finalize this thing? When we met with them, we said when academic year starts, everything else must be clear. When will this end? Can they take us through universities? So, Chairperson, when you put a presentation for Parliament, can we put an effort? You see, I'm beginning to be worried about NSFAS. Well, I've been worried, but now I'm getting more worried. A simple arithmetic of 1 + 1 = 2. They put a slide which has numbers. They say they are going to accredit 77,331 beds going to universities. They put a number that 49,411 are accredited, 29,926 still to be allocated or accredited. When you add those two numbers, Chair, they don't make 77,331. What is that? The numbers differ by a number of 6. Yeah? So I don't know if even these numbers, I'm beginning to trust them now, because you must say to us 49,411 plus 27,926. They must make up the total number of beds that you claim are available to be accredited. If it does not make those numbers, what does it mean? It means you have not taken this job, this work that you are supposed to be doing very serious. The total is different by 6, Chair. Again, it's a problem. They must tell us what is the hold up with the 27,926 that are still to be accredited. What is the problem? Have the accreditors been to those accommodation? Have they evaluated those accreditation? Are they where's the process? The accreditors, they've went to assess, they've sent the report to NSFAS for NSFAS to accredit. Where is the process? Or NSFAS has sent them offers, they've not accepted offers. And on the 49,411, have those ones, if you are saying they're accredited, have those ones all accepted? Are those beds that are readily available today? Or you have sent them, you have accredited and given them offers, but they've not returned back to yourselves? just take us through. And Chair, CPUT, maybe let me leave the issue of CPUT because I think two colleagues before me spoke about it. But when we agreed, this is the last point, when we agreed that NSFAS must do an accreditation or must play a part in accreditation of a student accommodation, we warned them. We said to NSFAS, there's a high number of accommodation providers who are small businesses, which is a backbone of every country's economy, small businesses, who are complaining that for them to be accredited by universities, they are asked to pay exuberant amounts of money, which they don't have. They must go and get in terms of loans for them to be accredited by universities. Can you please go rescue these small businesses who are the backbone of the country's economy? And we said to them, we don't want to hear stories that NSFAS itself is doing the same, because if it does, no, now you report to us. You are an entity under us. We will be the first one to go and open cases against you, get you arrested. Now, what is happening now, Chair? When we were at Buffalo City last week, Buffalo City TVET colleges, a number of students complained, raised, most importantly, an issue that somebody who's not in the employ of the university, who's not in the SRC, has been giving these kids, have been allocating kids beds. They've been allocating kids beds, and they thought it was a joke until when they get to landlords, they accept these kids. It's a smooth process. Then you ask yourself, how come a person who's not in the employ of the university, who's not in the employ of NSFAS, who is not an SRC, do this thing? Maybe we could have taken it as an isolated incident, except it was not, because I would have raised in that meeting again the same issue, that this modus operandi of former leaders, that person they're talking about is a former leader of a student organization. This modus operandi of using former leaders of student formations in these institutions to be their runners, for lack of a better word, to do this dirty work of theirs, so that these people who are behind all these shenanigans are not exposed, is everywhere. I can tell you for free, Honorable Shikwamban, what is happening at CPUT, the issues that they are raising are very similar to the issues they raised to us at Buffalo City. There are similar issues that many are continuing to raise with us from Pretoria, universities there, UP, TUT, and all of that. They are very similar to issues that are being raised with us directly from Valley University of Technology and Northwest University in Durban. So there's a modus operandi. It's too much of a coincidence in Cape Town, Eastern Cape, East London, in Pretoria, in the Val, that it can be a coincidence that all this modus operandi is not properly managed or is not coordinated from a central point. So I want to warn these people of ours at NSFAS. We will collect, Chair, this evidence, will open cases against this individual. In fact, that might take long. We might need to, when we reconvene soon, we might need to instruct NSFAS or speak to the department to commission a forensic investigation on accreditation of this student accommodation. The department must pay for this. Commission a forensic to look at these shenanigans that I've mentioned and apprehend individuals who are doing exactly what these universities are doing by taking small business out of business. And they are doing so to fill up their own pockets, to fund their lifestyle that is exuberant. We must do so, and do so immediately. Arrest those people. If you take too long to do so, some of us, we'll go and open case. We'll say to these people, are you sure they came to you and asked you for this 400,000 that you are talking about? Let's go open a case. I'll go with you. We will do so, but it will be an uncoordinated something that it will take long. That is why a centralized forensic on these issues with clear terms of reference will assist, because we can't afford to have NSFAS, which is a good policy of this government that seeks to fund the poorest of the poor, being turned into a money-making scheme for some people. Like I've always said, I come from the ANC. Every time you hear people saying, hey, ANC is corrupt here, you are doing corruption. And when you look at this thing, you know it's not us, it's some individual here who are taking advantage that we don't call them for who they really are when they are doing this wrong thing. So I wanted to end on it, Chair, that we are warning them again. These ones who are doing this shenanigans, stop it. Stop it. Because you are decampaigning some of us. We are decampaigning my organization that we are corrupt, we are taking money from here and there, whereas we are not. It's you as an individual who continue to do these things. We are going to isolate you. We are going to open cases against you, and we are going to expose you. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Litsie. Sorry, I was trying to move from one screen to the other on my laptop. I apologize for that. Can I please call in Honorable Boshoff, followed by Honorable Yabo, and then Honorable Manani. So, Honorable Boshoff.
Thank you. Open my camera, I don't have such a beautiful shirt as Honorable Litsie does, so I don't see any point on keeping the camera on. Firstly, I hope my connection will remain. I'm sitting in the opposite parliament, but that doesn't.
Your connection is fine now, but your audio is bad. So I don't know if you can bring the device you're using a bit closer to your mouth.
Okay, I'm doing so. That it seems to work.
It's like an echo. It sounds so hollow. It's clear, like as in there's no network connectivity issues, but we can't hear what you're saying.
Okay, I'm switching over to my cell phone, which is normally a little bit better.
Okay. All right, let's take Honorable Yabo. Oh, wait. Honorable Boshoff?
Is it better now, Chair?
Perfect.
Thank you very much. Now, starting off, I would like to say, if I look in the corridors and so on, the EFF must have had a wonderful campaign somewhere, because especially the ladies wear a lot of red, but they don't get it from the correct store. Maybe Honorable Shikwambana could just confirm that the ladies know where to get the correct EFF regalia. In response to Professor van Staden, I would like to say it's nice to see him again, but one actually prefers not to do so, because wherever he goes, it's where the problems are. And he might come into a position where he's blamed for not being able to turn water into wine. I just want to ask a direct question of something which I missed. I think Prof. van Staden said that a reputable law firm is appointed to investigate the case further. But I'm not sure whether he said it's Werkmans again, or is it another? If it's another, could we know who that reputable law firm is? And then I want to add to what Honorable Litsie has said, and that is that one would expect at this meeting some reflection on what happened and what transpired in the media. I thought, and I even requested that that immediately when the news broke on the allegations of the CEO and the chair of the board, the previous chair of the board, that our committee should convene even in the middle of the December holidays if it's necessary, because this is This is critical. And we all know what happens when NSFAS doesn't work out at the beginning of the year. But even if we convene only now in the normal schedule, I would have thought that maybe NSFAS could take us into confidence about what happened. How are they dealing with it? There must be some problems arising from that, functional problems. How are they dealing with that? And that would be a very good idea. I think we have a big problem with institutional continuity. NSFAS, which was a small loan institution, turned into a huge bursary institution. And now it also has some loans added after the minister's previous announcement on loans for the so-called missing middle. But the kind of idea of the notion that that I got since 2019 is that we've had some problems, but by golly, we through it now, and now we are going to get it right. But it doesn't happen. It remains the same, but it's a little bit difficult to, let's say, keep somebody, I want to say, put somebody against the wall and say, okay, be accountable now, because it's every time somebody new. So the answer, I'm not exactly sure. It seems feasible. Now, I also want to know the system for payments before these 4 fintech companies were announced. What happened to that system? I believe that we have a problem with NSFAS, that NSFAS is better than some universities, but worse than other universities in applying systems and disbursing of funds and so on. So do we have to work with either NSFAS does everything or the universities do everything? Because then it seems to me it's always not going to work somewhere. Especially returning students, and I had quite a number of inquiries from the University, Northwest University, where these returning students just get no communication. There's no payment, there's no communication, they don't know where they are, and they raise loans from family members or whatever to make some kind of plan to get registered. So maybe if we could just be informed, how does this whole communication system work? It would be great. Yes, and what I would also like to know is last year we had several presentations about the problems with payments, and some are late, some are not so late, some are very late. Where are we now with the payments? We got a report on how many applications are completed, how many are rejected, how many are still in process. But can we expect the payments to be in time this year, or what should we expect regarding payments? I think I'll stop with that, because we also need some time for Honorable Yabu to explain. Maybe I should just add that Honorable Letsi is entirely correct. Between NSFAS and Eskom, they are campaigning for the opposition in a marvelous way. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Boshoff. Honorable Yabo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I will attempt to be very brief, considering that we have time constraints as highlighted by yourself. Although there are a number of issues I would have wanted to touch on, but many of my fellow members would have covered a lot of ground. To start with, I think the acting chair, Prof. Van Staden, would have said that the board would have taken certain resolutions around appointing an independent legal firm to address the issue of the substantive chair of the board who has taken a leave of absence. On that matter, on the 11th of January, when the chairperson of the board undertook to take a leave of absence, the leave was said to be 30 days long. 30 days has expired. What is the current status, his status, as far as that leave of absence is concerned? Is he returning back to his position to resume, or what is happening? Because we do not want to have an ambiguous situation where there is a timeline to the length of the leave of absence, and then there is something different communicated by the board in relation to the same matter. And this is something that we should be careful of, that we do not communicate like a schizophrenic organizations with multiple personality disorders. We should stick to a narrative if we are going to go with a narrative, unless otherwise facts dictate otherwise. But what we are dealing with here is a Schedule 3A entity that has a lot of interest from students, a lot of interest from the parents of the students who are funded by it. And so you would know that exponentially, the type of attention it gets is a lot. And so when it communicates, it needs to be clear what it is communicating and not cross its wires. So the 30 days is done. What's next? What's going to happen now as it relates to the board chair? Chair, I see in the presentation, in actual fact, dealing with the 2021-2022 NSFAS budget and expenditure assessment. The disbursements so the entity had spent, let me rephrase my sentence. The entity had spent 37.043 billion against a budget of 44 billion. Now the question I have, 44,926 billion to be exact, because 926 million is not exactly negligible. And you have 7.882 billion unspent. Now I'm saying, if you have such a budget and you only spend 37 and you have an outstanding amount of 7.882 billion, what are the reasons for that? What is the reason for that discrepancy? And also, is it that we don't have sufficient students who would have applied for funding, that you would have such an amount that is outstanding, or not even outstanding, that is lower than projected spending? Also, how does NSFAS hold to account? So in the instance where NSFAS would have disbursed monies to universities in the period of the closeout report, how would have NSFAS held to account the entities that universities used to disburse funds? Let me make an example. So an entity receives money from the university, disburses that money to students and to accommodation service providers. And then you have a case where some of the money is not paid to the recipients as it should. And it is for this or other reason has to be returned back to NSFAS. And so the service provider then says the money is then returned directly back to NSFAS without taking it through the university. The question I have is, what was the framework of accountability there? Because NSFAS would not have a contract with the service provider engaged by the university or the institution. But then the service provider would then be able to send money back to NSFAS. Someone needs to explain that loop, because it doesn't make sense to me, especially where it relates to monies that would have been returned unwittingly that should have reached beneficiaries and or service providers in the accommodation space. That accounting loop is a cause for concern. And though we have moved away from it, it may have an impact on closeout report in how it's stated and financial statements that come out of the closeout report. Perhaps we should get an answer on how that loop was closed for accountability purposes and that money should not be lost in that loop. I want to also speak to what you spoke to, Chair, that there needs to be a consideration of strengthening the human resource component of NSFAS, because NSFAS is not capacitated to the level of the service they are mandated to provide. And as a result, this is why you have these critical weaknesses. And I will not touch on the statistics that the Honorable Tia went thoroughly through. I think I'm satisfied with the questions he has asked on the statistics, explaining what this or that means. I will ask one last question in relation to the fact that the NSFAS is an ICT-heavy entity. What cybersecurity measures have they put in place? And I asked this, Chair, because I saw an article day before yesterday that TUT has been hacked since the 17th of December. And how prone is NSFAS to hacking? We know that we would have had that they would have had a backdoor entry at some point. I think this is 2022, if I'm not mistaken. And they were hacked themselves as NSFAS, although the money or the financial aspects of their ICT system was not compromised. But what is their plan to ensure higher security over their ICT infrastructure and systems? Because you can imagine if anyone should be able to hack and gain access to the financial modules of the software, what crisis would be in. And ransomware is now on the rise. And so we should be able to know what plans are there. Is the budget even sufficient to cover for such an exercise or such protections on the ICT system? I think those are the major questions I needed to ask, Chairperson. Without further ado, let me pause here and allow the meeting to proceed. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Honorable Yabo. Honorable King, you had a quick question before I hand over to Honorable Mananiso.
Yes, Chairperson, I just wanted to find out, mention was made that to accredit beds will cost between 100 Rand to 200 Rand per bed. I just wanted to find out how much NSFAS has made out of this whole concept, and given that if you also want to be on the system, you need to pay 5% as administration fee from what is received from NSFAS. I wanted to find out if they've also received funds in this regard, and this whole impact, will this not have a negative effect on private accommodation service providers to offer their services to students because they might feel that they are shortchanged? Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you, Honorable King. Honorable Mananiso.
Thank you, Chairperson. One would want to indicate that most of the issues have been covered by Honorable Litsie. And I just want to emphasize, Chairperson, that we are noting with concern that NSFAS actually applies the recommendation of the Werkmans Report inconsistently. And it's as if there's some witch hunt in terms of those that are wanted or not wanted. So there's a need of them making sure that they do diligence to this report, and we must be finished with some highlights in terms of the progress, as Honorable Litsie could have said. Chair, the other issue is with regards to accreditation, accommodation, monitoring tool. I want to check if NSFAS has that as such, because indeed, as Honorable King could have said, we have observed at Eastern Cape that some of the accredited accommodation we are told that they are not conducive. Actually, it's 2-room or rooms within some main household in those particular areas. So I want to check if they do have the accommodation monitoring tool. And we are noting as well that there's progress, that they've got 100 case workers. Can they give us their scope of work so that we get sense if these 100 workers will actually help us, or it's just a recruitment process in JA? On the issue of waiting for evaluation, I think I'm partly covered by Honorable Shikwambane and Litsi to say that we note that this process of awaiting evaluation. However, one can tell you that, Chairperson, those students who are awaiting evaluation, they have submitted everything. Even those consent SARS form have been submitted, and to date, they are still at lobby, not knowing in terms of what is happening. So can we get sense if we do have any responsive mechanism from today that would inform those that are awaiting evaluation to say that you've been granted and so on? And to be honest, I cannot agree more with Honorable Litsi. There are statistics in terms of SASSA beneficiaries, evaluation, and those already provisionally funded. They are so confusing. I think we need some breakdowns. I have noted that the CEO says that there's a staff that has been deployed for onboarding in institutions. So I want to check if it's in all institutions or it is in some institution, and if it's in some, why? Can they give us what could be the reason? But lastly, Chairperson, I think what Honorable Boshoff could have said, it is very important for this meeting today to say, in terms of payments, how far are we? And can we actually respond to the commitment of the minister that at least by March, all the outstanding payment that 2023 could have been paid off? I just want to check if they are still on course in terms of ensuring that they speak to that deadline of all outstanding payments. But moreover, we need some commitment here that no one is going to be left behind. Noting this cases and scenarios that are happening, what is it that NSFAS is doing to communicate with institutions where they don't accept those who are already professionally funded by NSFAS, but because of they don't have registration, they are not being actually accommodated? What is it that the NSFAS is doing to ensure that such it's been done? Lastly, Chair, I think I want to agree with Honorable Boshoff. There's a need that the minister comes before us and just come and take us in confidence with regards to all these allegations. And I want to say from our side, as the ones who've been speaking with consequence management, who would want the minister to comply with all law enforcement agencies. And we want to congratulate those who have went to the law enforcement agencies like SAPS to open a case for these allegations. And we would want to encourage everybody who has any evidence that has to do with these unlawful acts that are happening, that you go to the nearest police station, open up a case and submit evidence so that those who are lawless, they are brought to books, because it's not going to assist us to use other issues or agendas for the portfolio committee while we need to address issues of student. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mananiso. Colleagues, I've been greatly covered by members. It's 12:33. I do want to hand over to NSFAS and the DG. Two things for me, DG. One is planning. Our planning is really flawed. And going back to the annual performance plan of 2020, last year, 2020, 22, 23, 23, 24, 23, 24. We emphasize the importance of strengthening coordination in the sector. Listening to the AG's presentation, listening to the concerns members are raising from students, our coordination is at its weak. Because firstly, when you listen to the AG, and the AG speaks about the closeout project and how the closeout project is a massive contributing factor to NSFAS not being able to account on time, that speaks to coordination, the back and forth between information and data sets that have not been shared between universities and NSFAS and TVETs and NSFAS. That speaks to coordination. When you then look at just all the problems we're having in terms of student accommodation, the accreditation of accommodation, the application process, SARS, like application process, this one I unpack a bit. SARS then tells us in December, no, in fact, we need this form. And then in January, we're telling students that, no, actually, we're not any entity. We are NSFAS, a government entity, right? And so we can't be operating like that haphazardly. I think in the AG's report, it says we're very haphazard. And that is also something we identified during our oversight, that it's almost like we sit somewhere and we think to ourselves, it would be a good idea to do 1, 2, 3. And we linger and we tell no one really, we'll whisper in 1 or 2 ears that this is what we're thinking of doing, but it really never sounds like a concrete idea. And then when no one is expecting us to implement this thing, we implement it and we expect everyone to come on board. I think it's unfair. I think it's really unfair for us to do that. I also think it's unfair to the great ideas that we have. We have great ideas. We have great innovations that we want to bring about to ensure that this brilliant policy of this government in ensuring access to education actually works. But the way in which we bring our ideas to realization is very problematic. And that's what weakens us. That's what makes young people like the president of Rose University to say things like free education is a fallacy. DG, that is what a young person said. They said free education is a fallacy in this country. Yet young people from households with an income bracket of 350,000 Rand and below get to go to university or a TVET college for free. They don't pay that money back. But our inability to administer this free education efficiently is what makes young people feel like it's not there. Because if it arrives late, then is it really there? If it's half, you can't get a hold of anyone to help you to get about it, is it really there? If it places you or if it accredits a residence that is not to the standard of which it preaches you should be living in, then is it really there? And those are the things that are making young people frustrated on the ground. So our planning is poor. There's nothing wrong with the idea of saying, well, let's use WUSU as an example. WUSU, we used to give you money so that you can give that money to students for their allowances. And then you used to give it to a service provider who used to give it to students. And now that person has, given one student about 14 million, and now it's a mess. So actually we're taking back that function and we're going to mainstream it, and then we fail. Then we don't do it right, Guatina. That is the problem. Okay, then we say institutions can accredit students. Then we say, no, actually, can accredit residences. Then we say, no, it's problematic actually, because we don't believe that the quality of the residence that young people are living in is to the standard that can ensure that this investment that we're making in education really bears fruit. Okay, then Tina, sihambe, so accredit. Firstly, we don't accredit on time. Secondly, we accredit accommodation that is problematic. The president of Forte University showed us pictures of residences that have been accredited by NSFAS. Look, they are worse than the residences on campus. It will be good bad, DG. So, one, it's our coordination. Two, it's our planning. Sometimes we rush because I think the demand is there, and we rush because we think it's a good idea. And there's also, and what is scary is the allegation that we rush because we want because of corruption. So we're rushing so that kube a mess, so that the system is porous to corruption. So I don't know what the rushing is for. Is it because there's a demand? Is it because for as long as we are not putting in systems in place to make sure that our great ideas actually are successful, then we're going to continue having egg on our face. And Honorable Boshoff also spoke to this matter earlier on. Now saying lose the train of thought, but yeah, you also get to a point where you're not sure who is actually the problem. Is it the universities who are the problem? Is it NSFAS who is the problem, right? So we really need to fix our planning, DG. We need to better coordinate. I think members have raised a lot. We need good management. The issues around governance are worrying us. We need to conclude the matter of the governance structure. We cannot accept a situation where NSFAS is put under administration again. That is not what we seek to achieve. We have to get the governance of NSFAS right. We have to get the management of NSFAS right. We were turning the tide at this institution. We were coming all right. So I see now option basibuyele emva DG. And we're not saying also that we must, hold on to something that is not there. No, we're not saying that. So we're hoping that these turnaround specialists that the board, acting board chairperson spoke about can really assist us. Who are they? Who are the two turnaround specialists? What is their track record? Where have they turned things around? So that we can have a portfolio of evidence of, what they've turned around before, so that we're brought into confidence that they have the capacity to help us with this institution. I'm covered by the issue of the time frame of the former chair. I'm covered on the concerns regarding the investigations being done timelessly so that we're able to resolve this issue of governance. It was very concerning, DG, when we were at Buffalo City TVET College, and we asked colleagues to unpack, because students are saying, where is this place that you want us to live at? Some people are telling us we're going to be eating soup there. Others are telling us we're going to be swimming there. We actually don't know where we're going to stay, right? And I mean, colleagues from NSFAS did clarify that no, you will get a meal allowance and all of that. But when we try to ask for more information to say, where exactly is this? Is it one building? Is it a couple of buildings where the students from Buffalo City College would be placed? Do they get to choose? Do they have options of choosing that? Oh, I would prefer to stay at this one. I mean, there were staff members who were raising the concern that previously the children had been, the students had been housed in actual houses that were not in good shape. There were concerns around transportation. On campus if they're living far from campus, because the residences that we are accrediting through NSFAS are far from this pilot project, is far from campus. Does our business plan include that? Does it include the transportation? Are we saying it's covered through the allowance? Is it going to be sufficient? Does it? When we ask those questions, Kasilapo, asipumani answers, no one knows. So of course these students are going to be upset, because if colleagues from NSFAS don't know, then most clearly, Tiwa, no, you can look at the website. Colleagues, it's a mess. It's a mess, and we're aggravating young people. We're aggravating them. We're agitating them. We are saying, actually, we allow whatever anger may come out, it's because of us. It's because even on the simplest of things, of just purely communicating on time, which speaks to good planning, we are unable to do that. I want to also just confirm with colleagues the capacity of the loan. How many students can we fund through the loan? I don't think it's been covered by this on the slides. I think I have my own idea, but I'd like that to be confirmed on the slides. So essentially, how many students can we fund through the loan? I'm worried about the number that has been provisionally funded. It's quite low. What is causing that number to be that low? And then the not started applications. I'm very worried about these applications that are reflecting as not started, or what does it mean? Where did those people disappear to? Do we have a way of tracking that? What's our own analysis of what could be happening there? Because it reflects both under the loans and under the bursary. I mean, are we also perhaps monitoring if it's almost like a double application, right? So maybe the applicant doesn't conclude it, and then the other one they conclude it. So it's almost duplications on the system. Are we picking any of that up? I've mentioned the issue of SARS and why, like, when do we have our planning meetings with SARS? Why did we only find out towards the end of the year that SARS now wants this particular form? And what are our plans to remedy such? Because we can't have such, I mean, we've been working with SARS for years. So a conversation around SARS can't be what is stifling us being able to move fast, because relationship here to SARS, I can't. Okay, also, can you clarify why we say funding decisions are communicated as and when applications are processed? Because the NSFAS, the SASSA beneficiaries, I believe, they get their outcome almost on the spot, but there are students who are saying, I don't have my outcome. So that means they didn't get it as and when the application was processed. Maybe I'm not understanding the language. I also think language jargon barrier. I think Ms. Chiula often refers to this, the language, the jargon barrier between the jargon that is used in the entity amongst yourselves as staff, vis-a-vis the jargon that ordinary citizens should be understanding and your beneficiaries should be understanding is of great concern. Yeah, I don't know. I might have missed this, and I apologize if I've missed this. When do we think we can conclude the 369,320 awaiting evaluations? And also, when in relation to Werkmans, and I'm covered by colleagues who are saying, the recommendations must be implemented and must be implemented fairly so. There was an allegation, and this is where I also support the view of colleagues who are saying we haven't really touched on the allegations that have come about, right? But there's an allegation that insinuated that the organization that would be tasked with the responsibility of investigating the direct payment system was in itself, I don't want to say corruptible, but it could be influenced in terms of how it works. And there was that type of allegation. Can you bring us into confidence that indeed the manner in which the work of Werkmans was done was done fairly so? Because there was an allegation that came out at some point regarding that. I think I've mentioned the issue of the specialists. Oh, can Prof Van Staden? Okay, no, that's fine actually, because most of his opening remarks are actually in the presentation. I think of just the issue around the turnaround specialists that I didn't see in the presentation, so that's fine. Okay, yeah, that's about it from my side. Also covered by Honorable Mananiso on the additional, I think, staff members that have been allocated, hoping, or caseworkers. Where are we taking the capacity to deal with the loans? What human resource are we redirecting to deal with the loans? That coming from this 100 caseworkers, it's additional bodies. It's not repurposed or, you know, reshifted bodies, because I'm like the reality is that if we're also administering the loan system, like we worried, because when we were just dealing with the bursaries, we weren't doing well at all. And definitely also welcome sentiments from colleagues that are saying, just like every other allegation that has been brought forth in the sector, these allegations against various individuals in NSFAS relating to the direct payment system must also will be processed the same way every other allegation has been processed. And we hope that those individuals who are being questioned will cooperate with, be it with the SIU, be it with the committee, be it with a private investigator, or rather independent investigator, be it with SCOPA. We really hope, be it with SAPS, we really hope that all these individuals will cooperate. Yeah, that's just sentiments from my side. I want to then hand over to the CEO, Mr. Ramuresi, and then to Prof. Van Staden, and then ending it with DG. Acting CEO, there are questions that could need specific detail, which you can respond to in writing within the next 7 working days. But there are questions that we think are pertinent for you to respond to now. The questions, of course, I hope you've been able to create themes. There are themes around accommodation. There are themes around capacity from the loan, in terms of the loans. There's a theme around processing of applications and communication to students. On the matter of the annual report, we are going to send out a directive from the Office of the Chair, noting what members suggested, that it needs to be, look, we need to fix it, we need additional information, we need corrections. Communication will come out from the Office of the Chair on how exactly we'll process that. We will have a conversation as the Office of the Chair of the committee with the AG and with legal on how exactly to process that, and we'll communicate that accordingly with members and with NSFAS, so that we can pave a way forward in order for us to be certain of how these state resources, imali yabantu, taxpayers' money, has been used. Over to you, Acting CEO.
Thank you very much, Chair. Let me just indicate, Chair, that I am joined by the NSFAS management, who will be able to assist me with some of the questions that I may miss in my attempt to give a response to all of the questions that have been put by the honorable members. Chairperson, on the 2023 outstanding fees, it was a question that was touched on by Honorable Shukambana, where he indicated that defunded students that were wrongfully defunded are not able to register. We have previously reported to this committee that the defunded students who were wrongfully defunded have been reinstated. But with this particular case relating to NWU, University of Northwest, we have received an inquiry, or we are dealing with a case whereby NWU students were rejected for 2024 academic year funding due to the incorrect 2023 academic results received from the institution. The institution has uploaded the correct results. That is the update that I have, and we are currently processing those students that could not register due to incorrect academic results submitted by the institution. Then there were outstanding allowances from 2023 that have previously been reported. On the 28th of January, Chairperson, NSFAS paid an amount of 2 billion rand, that is 580 million relating to the TVET colleges, and the remainder, which is about 1.95 billion, relating to the universities to cater for the outstanding fees and allowances that were relating to 2023. Mainly these allowances, Chairperson, were payments to institutions with regards to tuitions, with regards to allowances that are paid directly by the institutions. So we have moved significantly with regards to the outstanding issues relating to the 2023 academic year. On the student accommodation pilot, Honorable King had asked about the criteria for on and off putting institutions on the pilot and taking institutions off the pilot. The criteria or the determination was recommended by management to the board and approved. And this is a study, it's a pilot whereby you would want to include an inclusive population in your study consisting of the institutions that are very strong and good at accommodation and the institutions that need support. Also including your different geographical areas so that you understand the challenges relating to where the students are. So those are some of the criteria that were considered in selecting the institutions to be on the pilot. With regards to CPUT, there were 881 beds that were registered and accredited through the NSFAS system. And we must bear in mind, honorable members, that this pilot is a study, it's a pilot. It is not a takeover of accommodation from the institutions. Also, the principles that we are following were outlined to the institutions that firstly, the institutions owned accommodation will be filled to capacity, followed by the NSFAS accredited accommodation, which will be communicated or has been communicated to the piloted institutions and to be filled in collaboration with the institutions. Then the institutions accredited accommodations can follow. With regards to the cap has been communicated on the guidelines for 2024, and the cap for universities or for institutions in the metros is 50,000, and for those that are outside of the metros is 41,000. The institutions have been notified and must comply with this cap that has been included in the guidelines. The challenges that have been experienced with regards to the pilot, we had capacity challenges as the student accommodation unit within NSFAS had to be capacitated, and also HR processes to ensure that appropriate officials with skills are recruited, SOPs are penalized. Also with the accrediting agents, there were challenges relating to payments coming from the first phase of the pilot that was done in 2023. Also allegations, reports on the corruptions and bribery that were reported through the media. There were instances where some APs were blacklisted by institutions, and the accrediting agents had to look more into those reasons of why those institutions were blacklisted. System challenges whereby dependency on the NSFAS on-time funding statuses, confirmation of the registration, influx of accommodation providers registering on the pilot and requiring immediate inspection and grading, and also catching up with the backlog on the registered and accredited APs in the system. There were also certain challenges with regards to the onboarding relating to the delays in the verification of the NSFAS funded students, late provision of training of staff at institutions on onboarding process. Training is a very critical part of the process, because when the NSFAS staff members are at the institutions, they focus more on training so that the institution can be able to know how to onboard the students once the NSFAS staff members go to other institutions. There was a question again from Honorable King relating to the 1.1 billion shortfall affecting 87,000 students coming from the 2023 academic year. This shortfall indeed was realized, and in addition, from on the side of the TVET, after the budget cuts, there was another shortfall that was experienced on the side of the TVET colleges. NSFAS had submitted a budget adjustment to DHET, which looked into utilizing the reserves that we had to fund these shortfalls. Subsequent to the meeting that we had with the portfolio, National Treasury did confirm a rollover from the 2021-2022 financial year, which confirmed that about 7 billion funds were rolled over from that year. And those funds have also been identified to assist with those shortfalls that has been experienced in the 2023 academic year. My apologies, I'm going through the questions to check if I didn't miss anything from Honorable King. On the consent form, there was a question on the basis to not follow the 2029 consent form. The 2029 consent form, as agreed in the MOU, was disturbed during the COVID-19 period, whereby the restrictions that were there limited exchange of physical documents and completion of physical documents. So NSFAS took all the contents of the consent form, incorporated that in the application process so that the student can consent to the contents of the consent form. SARS, in their communication in December, communicated that we need to revert back to the physical and manual consent form that was agreed in 2029. Hence, the process was then started to ensure that we comply with that requirement. There was a question about the upfront payments that was confirmed by the minister from the budget of 4.2 billion as communicated by the minister. We have paid on the 31st of January 3.4 billion in upfront payments to both the TVET colleges and also the universities. So this has been 80% executed, and as we receive more information, then we will be able to pay the balance of the amount that was allocated for upfront payments. On the awaiting evaluation status, this awaiting evaluation status is there when there is a document missing, and in cases where there is a document missing, the system is programmed in such a way that an SMS is sent to the student to remind them of these documents that are outstanding. An SMS is also sent when the student is not progressing with the application process, reminding the students to go and complete the application process. The awaiting evaluation is also the status when we are awaiting assessment of financial eligibility. This is after receiving information from SARS that confirms the family income, that is the income of the parents of the spouse of the applicant. Instances where there are allegations of fraud relating to accreditation of the student accommodation, we have been made aware, and in all instances where we were made aware, we requested information to be submitted through the fraud hotline or some evidence to be submitted so that we can follow up on these allegations. Our forensic unit has been made aware, and they are following up on cases that has been reported to them. So we encourage that all these instances of fraud be formally reported, evidence be brought forward so that it can be investigated and action can be taken. There was a question from Honorable Yabo relating to 7.8 billion not spent in the 2021-2022 financial year. In that financial year, we had recognized significant savings coming from the TVET sector, and also there was some saving on the university sector because the university sector had spent 99% of their allocation. So there was a bit of saving from both sectors, hence the 7.8 billion not spent. It was a low uptake when compared to the projections that were made in that financial year. I would request the CIO to touch on the cybersecurity measures that we have in place as asked by Honorable Yabo. And on the case workers, these are additional home bodies that are appointed to assist with fast tracking of the applications for 2024 and also completion of the appeals once they are received. Chairperson, let me request the executives from NSFAS to come in and assist with any question that I may have omitted.
Thank you, Chairperson, through you. Thank you, CEO. It's Bonile. I'm going to touch briefly on issues that have been raised on student accommodation. I'm not sure if, Chairperson, I am audible. We can hear you.
Yes, you are.
Okay, thank you very much. I think number one, Chairperson, I think I just need to contextualize the issue of CPUT. We met with CPUT in December at their own request to. Can I ask that CHE share, like Sheikh Guvera, I'm assuming that you currently open your camera. I can't locate the face to the voice. Okay, sorry, it's flu as well. Is it okay? It's black. Okay. No, thank you, Chair. Pardon my voice, I have flu. Chair, I just wanted to contextualize the CPUT issue. We met them in December to a point of Honorable King where the institution can hop in and hop out of the project. Out of the engagements that we've been having with individual institutions, because of the timing factor when the decision was taken by the board, which was December 2023, and the start of the academic year, we felt that having a collaboration in this pilot will also save us to have a smooth start of the academic year. So therefore, in our engagement with CPUT, they actually asked NSFAS to be exempted from this project because they've already made measures to ensure that the start of the academic year is smooth for their institution. So we agreed with them, Chairperson, obviously wanted to understand more because our pilot is based in the need from the institution and the capacity from NSFAS in assisting a particular institution. So in that conversation in December, we did agree because they do have two channels that they are managing. We agreed that they must go ahead with Channel 1 and Channel 2, where the concentration is in terms of the NSFAS funded students. Therefore, we will take interest because those we discovered that they are not accredited, and many of the concerns that we've been getting of incidences, they're actually coming from that channel. But however, upon our engagement with all the landlords, we discovered that the issue of capping and the issue of compliance with the minimum norms and standard was not being upheld. So we had a lot of back and forth engagements. However, we landed at 881 beds, as the acting CEO have alluded to, and we've communicated to institutions, all of the institutions on the pilot in terms of the numbers of beds that we are having per institution. And we went as far as breaking those numbers into campus level so that they understand the numbers we are having. And once those numbers are full to capacity, therefore the institutionally accredited processes will then kick in to actually cater for the supply of the student that will still require accommodation. Now, the point around the inferior properties, I think it is noted, Chairperson. However, would like to also remind the meeting that we're still having a dual process. We do our own processes, NSFAS and institutions as well continue to do their own accreditation processes. So we'd really appreciate, Chair, that we get details of the examples that have been made on those inferior, because in our own inspection and accrediting process, we have different grades, which is grade A to grade E, but all of these grades do comply with the minimum norms and standard in terms of student housing. So it will be very assistive of us to get that detail so that we are able to follow through if in the event accrediting agents are the ones who are accrediting inferior properties. And then on the Honorable Litsia, I think the CEO also, acting CEO also captured briefly in terms of the accreditation and the delays therefore. The intention is that by end of February, we would have cleaned out all the outstanding properties that still needs to be accredited. But I must say through you, Chair, that we have seen the influx of landlords applying on our portal. So it's a question of a moving target, because when APs, are now, seeing that NSFAS is resolute in this project, they are now taking interest and they are applying on the portal. So we will have moving numbers in terms of those beds that are becoming available. However, we have made it very clear to institution and to APs that we are going to be aligning the onboarding of the student to these properties with our academic cycle, because we do not want to interrupt how the cycle is actually being run. And then I think the point around the numbers, it is noted, and we do apologize. I think it is a result of the numbers that are moving forward in terms of the beds that are becoming available. Chair, I think the last point I want to touch on is on the monitoring tool. Honorable Mananiso, yes, we do have that. To monitor what is happening on the project, and we do have reports that are coming through the systems that helps us to improve even better on this project. Also, in terms of the claims that have been referred to, we would really appreciate also more information around that, because we do, as I've explained, have a differentiated grading system that we are using. However, institution, some of them we've discovered in our engagements that they do not have that differentiated system. So we would really like to get more information so that we are able to zoom in and deal with these issues that are impacting negatively on the project. Chair, I think on the BCC as well, Chair, I think that matter has been concluded. Yes, Chair, the biggest issue there also was the fact that the allocation and the placement of students it was against the offer letters that we were receiving back from the landlords that have accepted, and they were trickling very slow. But we have since yesterday managed to onboard and allocate all the 900 students that the institution have provided for us, and we have communicated with all those students in terms of where they're residing. Of importance, Chair, lastly, is the fact that when you do our analysis in terms of the accommodation providers, we do have information to a level of the distant, per campus, so that we are able to therefore analyze the need in terms of transport and engage with the landlord in terms of transportation of those students. So I think, Chair, those are the few points that I would have liked to speak on in relation to this project. And thank you very much for the opportunity. CEO, who's coming in next?
Thanks, Chair. COO, is there anything from your side? COO followed by CIO. Thanks.
Yes. Okay. Is it on? Just a second. Okay, can you just give us a second? Okay, thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you, Acting CEO. I think from our side, you have covered me largely, Acting CEO, but I think maybe just to add on the number of students that are going to be accepted by the loan scheme, and that number is going to be 31,800. I think that was the one thing that you had not covered. But other than that, I think I'm covered largely, unless there's any other question. But I think if I remember, there was a question as well about how the loan scheme is going to work. And the way we have it is that, the application will then be made through NSFAS application process, and therefore it will then be considered. But on that, we're still looking at the bursary applications that we have received. So we are rerouting those, to then be taken to the loan application process. And of course, these are the ones that are going to be, whose financial eligibility will be between 350 and 600,000. And what is important to note is that the scheme is open to both postgraduate and undergraduate students. And then students must be registered at a public university or TVET college. And that 70% of the scheme is for the STEM programs and 30% for humanities. And they should then be willing to sign surety of the loan amount. And then the awarding is based on the successful satisfaction of the eligibility criteria, which is what the chairperson of the board alluded to earlier on. And then, of course, it has to do with the timeless submission of all the necessary documentation that will be required. So far, that's what we can say mainly about the student loan scheme. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thanks, CIO on cybersecurity. We can't hear you, Tulani.
Am I audible?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Thank you, CEO. So from our end, in an era earmarked by escalating cyber threats, the NSFAS has actually established a cybersecurity unit that stands as the defense against the potential risk. So this unit is committed to safeguarding the sensitive data, mitigating security incidents, and fostering a culture of security awareness within the organization. So as part of the services that are being enabled as part of this SOC unit that we have, the cloud security, data security, incident management, and securing our event and monitoring management are just a few of the examples that we have as part of our comprehensive protection that has been offered by the cybersecurity unit. Additionally, NSFAS leverages on the threat intelligence that is brought by this particular unit. where we do a vulnerability management and security assessments as part of the work that we are doing to make sure or ensure that we stay ahead of the emerging threats and maintaining proactive security, cybersecurity posture. So within the cybersecurity space, what we do, we constantly and strengthening our cybersecurity by making sure that we implement advanced threat detection and response systems, which significantly improves our cybersecurity posture, as this is a very dynamic environment and new things keep on coming, but we are actually strengthening them. And by also ensuring that we conduct regular security audits and vulnerability assessment to stay ahead of the evolving cybersecurity threats that we have. So in essence, at NSFAS, we have established a SOC, a cybersecurity center, where we are constantly running ensuring that the organization is safeguarded in a 24-hour basis. Thank you, Chair.
For the sake of time, I think any other question or all of the questions, we will respond to them in writing as well. I have not given the acting CFO an opportunity to touch on what he may have identified, Chair, but we can respond in writing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Acting CEO. Honorable Litsia, I see your question on the chat. Can you unpack a bit? I'm coming to you, Chair. Acting Chair van Staden. Okay. All right. I think I'm covered by Honorable Litsia now. So you'll cover whatever outstanding matters in writing. I just wanted to double check that there wasn't an urgent matter that Honorable Litsia was speaking to now. Honorable King. Honorable King, your hand is up.
Chairperson, my concern with the loan scheme of NSFAS is we were still not given an assurance with regards to the repayments that these students will have to go through after the loan has been allocated to them, and also the interest rate assigned to the loan. Thanks, Chair.
Okay. We are also due to receive a full briefing on the comprehensive student funding model report. Because remember, colleagues, this loan scheme is as a result of that task team and the work that task team did. So I think it's very important that when the minister comes or the department comes to present the full report of the comprehensive student funding model or the task team that was looking into a comprehensive student funding model, when that report comes to us, I think in the next week or two, it will be important that NSFAS is also there so that we can get into the nitty-gritties of how we get to this loan and how this loan then is further administered. With that being said, Prof. van Staden, please come in for your closing remarks.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I just would like briefly to respond. I think it's important now. I must say on a lighter note, listen to all the questions. It's like drinking water from a fire hose, you know. But let me quickly touch on a few questions that are related, and this is in particular to the Werkmans Report. In case I've not been very clear in the beginning, I cannot respond to the delay of the implementation of the report. But when one has been in office, we immediately started to implement by appointing Werkmans themselves. Reason being is that they developed the report, they presented the report, and we thought that they could be, the legal firm to look at the implementation of the recommendations. So they have been given that task, and they will definitely look into the recommendations. And the apex priority is to terminate the direct payment providers, but also instituting disciplinary proceedings against the affected NSFAS members implicated in the report. So it's Werkmans that already started to do the work. I didn't say it initially, but let me allow me to say it now. The SIU, I've already had meetings with them as well. They are also looking, and they've got the permission from state president. So the SIU is also looking into the termination of the 4 fintech companies. So let me just pause there as far as that is concerned. Because SIU has a different methodology, like you all know. They have, in a way, have a way of terminating contracts in a shorter time frame than what we have available going down the legal route. The reason why the 4 fintech companies are still doing the payments for us in terms of the legal advice we have, yes, the recommendation is that the 4 fintech companies have been irregularly appointed, but we must terminate this in a legal way. So what we are doing is we are actually try with a legal firm Werkmans to put this in the fast lane to terminate, and then simultaneously disciplinary hearings will take place regarding the NSFAS individuals, if I can use the word fingered in the report. As far as the loan scheme is concerned, the loan scheme, the board resolved, and we've opened the application period for NSFAS loan scheme from the 2nd of February, and the loan scheme application would be closed on the 15th. And students who previously applied for the bursary scheme and did not meet the bursary scheme financial eligible criteria need not to submit new applications for the loan scheme. The loan scheme, there is about 3.8 billion rand allocated for the loan scheme, the so-called missing middle, and it could probably assist with loans in the region of just over 30,000 students in that category. As far as the concern about the 4 fintech companies, when terminated, we've started, as like I said earlier, we've started with already the process. The board has approved a deviation request to expedite the implementation of a loan scheme through inviting banks to bid in a closed tender process for the disbursement of the loan scheme allowances, as well as the bursary scheme allowances. So once we've completed this process, it would also not only be the loan scheme that will be disbursed by the banks, but also the bursary. So that responsibility will then not be taken by the NSFAS management anymore. So let me just check. As far as other questions are concerned regarding the chairperson of the board who took leave of absence, I don't think we are in a position to reflect on that. And then as far as the question about the turnaround specialists, those CVs are available. The individuals have substantive experience and track records in turning institutions around. So those CVs are available, and I can disseminate them with the approval of the 2 individuals. The 2 individuals have really substantive experience and a proven track record in the area. The one is a chartered accountant, and he's a qualified and registered turnaround specialist. Other one in human resources, project management, ICT. So those CVs are available. It's not a secret, and it can be making public, ma'am. I think let me pause there, yeah, those are just a few comments. I want to avoid speculation. Then, ma'am, the last point is we are engaging service providers, in particular the private sector. There are currently thousands of beds available in the private provider space. The only challenge is the funding cap and the pricing for accommodation in your metros like Cape Town, Pretoria, etc. Even if you look at the new cap of 50,000 for metros, to run a private residences, state-of-the-art residences could be as high as 65,000 thousand per annum, and there's thousands of beds available, but due to also the policy cap and other issues in the accreditation space, there are beds available unutilized. Let me pause. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Prof. van Staden. Yeah, these accommodations, I mean, we were at Rhodes University. It goes up to 70,000. We were in a residence where it was 70,000. Of course, it was all inclusive of food and so forth. But yeah, we've tasked the universities to come forth with their research on their case studies on accommodation. We will await that moment when they do eventually give us something concrete so that we can find each other in terms of the cap that we have placed as government vis-a-vis the prices that they set. But I'm also happy that the Competition Commission has been involved. I think the minister shared that with us at some point. I just want to, as I'm handing over to DG, on the issue of residences, I think the best person who can help us is Miss Cheula and Miss Mukondeleli, Mr. Mukondeleli. You were with us on the ground, and many a times when we finished our meetings, we said, can the issues that the SRC is raising, can they please go and speak directly to these colleagues of ours who were with us during oversight? Because and we did emphasize the issue of evidence, right? Because there's a lot that is being said, and we need to get to a point where there's evidence that is also brought forth. It's the principles of how Parliament function. But the issues that were raised with us, where the SRC is saying this is the state of an NSFAS accredited accommodation, maybe the colleagues who are with us during oversight can assist the colleagues there at NSFAS to try and get to the bottom of this thing, of these matters. And I hope colleagues are having conversations, because you are there. You go back to headquarters and you must say that this is what we saw, this is what the students said, and there must be a way of closing the case. We can't have ongoing iterations of chaos in the sector. At some point, sihambile sayoyibona leyo res ekuthiwa it's not fit to be accredited by NSFAS, and this is what our view is. Case closed. Also, there is a petition that came in from the students at BCC this morning. I believe it has been forwarded to NSFAS. So the issues at BCC are not resolved, colleagues. They are not resolved, Sisbo. The issues at BCC are not resolved. All right, as I hand over to DG.
Thank you very much, Chair of the Portfolio Committee. Thank you very much for the engaging, very fruitful exercise today. I trust that the board members present and management have taken notes, and if they did, they would be able to improve on their, execution. In particular, we'll emphasize execution, knowing that even where we have done well, there is no evidence that we have done well, because our systems for communicating to students that you are funded and bring relief to parents and to students and to institutions have been found to also themselves to have shortcomings. These are the things that urgently need to be looked into. But in the interest of time, Chair, I wish to just conclude by saying, in the light of all that we have said about NSFAS, what remains the question is, what is the plan of the department to fix the student support system for South Africa? And that plan is the comprehensive student funding model, which has been consulted upon and eagerly awaits we eagerly await the opportunity to present before the portfolio committee, because that is going to test the theory about what needs to be done now, tomorrow, and in future. It's a 10-year plan, and the loan system that we have introduced this year is the first chapter of the implementation, or the first phase of the implementation of the comprehensive student funding model. And it is that model that is a plan, a 10-year plan for South Africa. And it's on that basis that we will test the issues that have reflected on, poor systems in existence and how these are going to be fixed. Lack of consultation with student formation, and generally lack of confidence in the system as a result of reported incidents that are not acted upon timelessly. Overall, these are the frustrations that I've noted from members of parliament today. But on the other hand, I've also picked up very firm proposals about what needs to be done to deal with broader issues of corruption and reported incidents of non-compliance. Where issues of non-compliance have been identified, I'm encouraged by the fact that investigations have been conducted. I think it was important for the chair of NSFAS to indicate and share this with you, Chair, that the Werkmans firm is a well-established firm, legal firm, but they were not working alone in the investigations. They were also working with advocate Ngugai Toby, and they are now responsible for ensuring there is an implementation of that report. To me, that is a progressive move because it's not going to waste time and resources. It goes straight to saying who else and who's next, and what are the legal routes that needs to be followed in pursuing the termination of the fintechs that have been found to have not complied with the law in the manner in which they conducted the business of NSFAS. I think it's important. I wish to capture the minister's early comment, which suggested that notwithstanding the challenges that we have reported upon, NSFAS, brings relief to many poor people of South Africa, and it just cannot be allowed to fail. I commit my office in ensuring that all the issues you've raised, Chair, are dealt with, and we will continue to account to you on how far we are in ensuring that these matters are dealt with, starting with the presentation on the plan for turning around student support and the student funding model. I wish to conclude by answering a question by Honorable King regarding the funding shortfalls at NSFAS. I think this is really important. Perhaps amongst the DGs in government, I'm the only one who's written to the DG of Treasury to say I wish to differ. When it comes to austerity measures that affects NSFAS in particular, that affects the university capacity development program, that affects community education and training. And I request that these are revised so that there is no, budget cuts in those areas. And indeed, I had an opportunity to meet the Minister of Finance, thanks to the minister's leadership in that regard. And the Minister of Finance has confirmed that in this budget statement that is going to be presented by the Minister of Finance in response to this State of the Nation's address by our president, there will later be a specific engagement that's to revise the budget of education so that we cushion the shortfall in the budget of education and NSFAS in particular. You may have noted that the minister issued a ministerial statement which was guiding universities and other post-school education and training institutions in terms of, if you hike your fees, you shall not exceed beyond this point, so that we try to control a situation where once the councils of institutions sit towards the end of the year, unfortunately, we have to face this problem every year because there is a non-alignment of the academic year and the financial year. And so councils sit to determine budget for to determine fees for the following year, when government is still going to wait for the Treasury to finalize its processes after the budget speech of the Minister of Finance. And so in order to manage this, the minister issues every year a budget statement, not a budget statement, but a ministerial statement, which controls or present a range within which universities may not exceed, the fees that they charge. Of course, you need, in order to ensure accountability in this regard, enough in the legislation to give minister the powers to hold accountable those institutions besides the ministerial statement, who will still continue to charge fees beyond the guidelines of the minister. And we need to, as we revise the Higher Education Act, and there is progress in this regard, and we would like to share this with the portfolio committee as well, the progress that you are making in dealing with this act. But I think it's important to me also just to allay members of the public, because I know they are worried about the reported possible corruption that might eat into the funds we have put aside for the youth of South Africa, to tell them that there is a Department of Higher Education that has no tolerance of corruption. At some point, a forensic report at NSF told us that there was corruption at NSF. We have fired people. We have not dilly-dallied when evidence is presented before us. We've reported the matters to the police. We've brought the Hawks on board. We've brought the SIU on board. Even here at NSFAS, when we have enough reports, and I may remind members of parliament that the president has already, proclaimed that SIU investigate NSFAS, and it's work in progress. And so some of the issues that you have raised are issues that are already under SIU scrutiny. And at some point, not far from now, we will hear what that investigation brings us. And the scope of that investigation deals with most of the issues that we have tabled today. And so I'm confident that notwithstanding the challenges, no matter how improbably it might seem, no matter how what the difficulties are, nothing will stop us from turning around education for South Africa, to be that which is in the dreams of the underdog and the poorest of the poor in South Africa. Because we know that education turns around the fortunes of the poor and the marginalized. And we have to protect it. And it is my task as the DG to make sure that this happens. And I commit to ensuring that in areas where evidence is presented before us, we shall act. Thank you.
Thank you very much, DG, for that really encouraging, for those really encouraging closing remarks, particularly the commitment to ensuring that we uphold good governance and management, and that where it lapho isiveza khona sizoba sikhona thina collectively as this accountability ecosystem to resolve those matters, because that is what is making all this hard work, all this great investment, and not investment by you and I, DG, but investment by citizens of this country, seem to be unfelt by young people in this country. So I really want to appreciate those closing remarks, DG. It'll also be very important for us to get some sort of briefing, and Anele and Memudiba, you can see how you can, we must think about how we can do it, even if it's in writing, where we see what the overlappings are, and it's horrible English, between the work that, for example, the Werkmans is doing, the work the SIU is doing, the work we're doing, the work the AG is doing. I've always said that all these efforts, must at some point find synergies, and we shouldn't be speaking past one another as entities that are critical in this accountability ecosystem. So I don't know how, DG, we must think about it collectively, but I think it will be important that the committee is also brought into confidence on how all these efforts are being synergized. With that being said, colleagues, this brings us to the end of our meeting. Mr. Ramuresi, you're not new to interactions with the committee. We will expect all the questions to be responded to in writing within the next 7 working days. It's also very important, colleagues, for us to be able to go out there and bring citizens into confidence on what is being done. On the matter relating to the annual report, I did indicate that we will, in writing, give a way forward, noting the concerns by members that the report has not been sufficient to account for the funds that we have voted for in Parliament. We'll see each other on Friday, colleagues, honorable members, at 2 o'clock. We will sit the portfolio committee to look into issues relating to science and innovation. Thank you very much. This meeting has come to an end.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair and members.
Thank you, Chair and members.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Recording stopped.